We would like to also welcome our special guest and MORE coordinator from Islamic Village School, Miss Nelly Julianti Siragar. Thank you for gracing us with your presence today, ma'am.
We also have another school attending today. We warmly welcome Islamic Village School, Karawaci. We hope everyone here will enjoy the exhibition, and again, thank you for the high Zoom participants count.
Before we start, Sarah, what is the personal project?
Actually, I'm not too sure either. To know more about the personal project, we can take a look at this video.
Oh shit.
Wow, I am intrigued by these projects.
Well, that's great because we're gonna see a lot more of those project clips.
Can't wait, V. But before we start, let us welcome our principal, Mr. Ridwan Baktra, to say a few words.
Thank you. Good morning, parents, teachers, students, and all respected visitors. I am Ridwan Batra, principal of Tunas Muda, Meruya. Thank you for joining me in this very special day. Truly is a special day. I promise you this is not another MYP personal project exhibitions. Not any PP exhibitions you can see, a real electronic car, seriously. It works and you can drive in it. A digital personal assistant like Siri, a solar panel, a futuristic fighter jet model in a very realistic animations, a fashion design made of recycled clothing, very green idea, and many more. From today until Friday, you can see the showcase of works from 70 to Nazmuda Year 10 students. These are representing 70 unique talents and passions of young IB learners that persist in the midst of COVID's challenges. I am very proud, very delighted to be the principal of this very bright cohort. And I am very thankful of hardworking MYP personal project team. Thank you, Mr. Arnil, Mr. Wheely, Ms. Putri, personally, all supervisors, and most of all, thank you, parents, for all guidance and supports to the students. Ladies and gentlemen, let us enjoy the Tunas Muda Personal Project 2022 exhibitions. Have a very blessed day.
Thank you for the welcoming words, Mr. Ridwan.
Before we start, we'd like to remind everyone that there is a Q&A session after every student video. So please feel free to ask questions in the chat box after the video is finished. Now, it's time for the main show. Let's welcome our first presenter.
Hi, my name is Kayla Delotama from the class 10W, and today I'm going to be explaining my personal project, which goes by the name of Serve It On. This personal project was a 6 months journey, and I'm going to show you my progress and my process throughout the whole thing. While I was brainstorming on what to do for my personal project, I landed on an interest that I've kept in the back of my mind. This interest was the idea of trying team sports. I never thought deeply about what I wanted to try, but eventually decided on volleyball as it stood out the most. Once that was decided, I created the learning goal of challenging my athleticism through learning volleyball for 6 months onwards, with the product goal of creating a video that documents and explains each month of my progression. I started by practicing alone and being self-taught, looking through professionals on YouTube and gathering all the information I could to help me improve. During the last few months, I finally found a professional volleyball player and coach to help me through my journey. Through that alone, I was able to work on my research and self-management skills. However, self-management wasn't always easy. I had a hard time balancing everything with constant practice, sparing time almost every day to the point where I was physically and mentally drained. I learned that sports takes not just strength and physicality, but also in mentality. I lost track of myself a few times and became frustrated, but I learned a lot from these experiences and managed to bounce back every time. My personal project also helped me in ways I couldn't have imagined. It helped me realize that trying new things, although daunting, is always rewarding. I ended up with a new hobby to pursue and a lot of important lessons learned about myself. It's also helped me with my physical health, no doubt. I put myself out there and became a better person as an outcome of this project. So the clip I'm going to be showing you next is a shortened version of my product, and I will be cutting the middle part of it so that this video is not too long and you get the idea of my personal project clearly. I know nothing about sports, and I never planned on knowing anything about sports. It was always interesting to me, but the one question about sports that ever lingered in my mind was what would happen if I tried? What would happen if I actually put effort into training into a sport that I was vaguely interested in? And the only sport that I was ever vaguely interested in was In the middle of the video, I put progress clips of each month from August to December to early January, and I explain all of them through voiceover. I then added comparisons from the beginning of the journey to the end. And so the time has come for me to finally conclude my personal project. I always thought that volleyball would just be an idea in the back of my head that I would never actually do anything about. But the personal project gave me an opportunity, a chance, and I took it. I don't regret taking that chance at all because now it's left me with a whole new hobby, something to look forward to, something to improve on, and something to be excited about.
Morning.
Okay, so that was my personal project. So I think the hardest part of committing was having to practice every single day. It got tiring at one point, but I think it taught me a lot, especially about time management and also about like how to manage the times where I needed to take breaks. And I think the main motivation factor for me in improving volleyball was just that I wanted to improve. There wasn't really any other factor other than I wanted to try to be good at something and try to kind of see where I can go and how far I can take myself, because it's always satisfying to see how far I can improve and what I've been improving on for the past few weeks that I've been practicing or days that I've been practicing. And it's always satisfying to see my improvement. So I think the main motivation factor for me was just to see how much I improve over a certain period of time.
Hi everyone, my name is Andrew Manuel from 10P, and in this video I'll be explaining to you guys about my personal project, which is called The Process in Making of Voiceless IDN. Hope you guys enjoy. So a passion that I had since I was small was designing and making my own clothes, because I was really interested in the designs that they made in t-shirts and clothes, and I was always inspired by great artists like for example, rest in peace, Virgil Abloh, which created Off-White, Louis Vuitton designer. And I was always influenced in just making small designs, even just sketches like this, for example. And ever since I was small, I often see my dad make designs for t-shirts or even just polos to give out to his employees in his company. So yeah. So what is my learning goal? I want to learn how to design my own clothes, which can lead to positive turns in people's life. I want to design clothes where I can help raise more awareness about cancer in Indonesia. Designing clothes with my laptop and creating it and being able to see people using it in real life is super cool. And I want to create t-shirts and sell it and make money from it, where I can donate the funds or the profit that I made from it to Yayasan Kanker Indonesia. This is Yayasan Kanker Indonesia. So what is my planning and process for making a voiceless idea? So I started this process by thinking of a name for my company. And the name for a company is very important because your customers and buyers are going to understand more about your business ethics, goals, and value. I had a lot of options to choose from, as you can see here, but I chose voiceless because I understand that meaning of voiceless is not being able to speak, and us as a company, we want to hear the people that's voiceless out there, and we want to be a voice for the voiceless. And after that, I started sketching on a piece of paper on what I want my t-shirt to roughly look like. I created two designs because I'm going to make two colorways for my t-shirts. So after I created my sketches, I finally talked to my supervisor and I discussed with him the two sketches that I made and what is my vision and what I'm trying to make right here. And after I had a talk with my supervisor, he has given me some of his ideas, and he has told me that I could improve on this, and what I'm doing good at. And after that, I started making new designs, digital designs on my laptop. And my first design was this. And after that first design, I finally understand that I gotta finalize it and I gotta make it more clean and way better. So I started making a final design, and which you can see here. And after that, after I finalized my design, I went to the person that could make my t-shirts and I sent him my file of what I want my t-shirts to look like. And after he received the file, he started working on it. And in a couple days, he sent me a picture of what my t-shirt is looking like and the process of making, and which is this. And in the picture, there are some mistakes that he has created or that he has made due to maybe miscommunications. So I decided to improve it and talk to him about it and change a few more things about it. And after a long process of correction, I finally got the t-shirts and it was sent here to Jakarta, and I can finally sell it. After I received my t-shirts, I started taking pictures for the clothes so I could post it on Instagram, and so my buyers and customers can understand what it looks like while it was used. And after taking pictures, I finally took the pictures and I posted it in my Instagram, which is called Voiceless Idean. And in the Instagram, there's pictures of me using the pink shirt and a friend of mine being a model using the black shirt. Someone purchasing 10 pieces of our t-shirt, and it was for his employees in his company. After a long journey, I had finally counted my money, and I realized that I didn't reach the capacity where I'm able to donate some of the money to a charity. This is because I can only get the capital money back, and I didn't really earn profit. So this is some of my buyers in my data in Microsoft Excel, and yeah. If you guys enjoyed this video of mine explaining about my personal project, and if you guys want to see more of my product, please go ahead and check out my Instagram called Voiceless IDN, and maybe even leave a follow, like, or comment in one of the posts. And thank you guys for listening to this video, and hope you guys have a great day. Stay safe.
Um, so that was my personal project video, and I'm about to answer some questions. Darren Austin asked, how long did it take you to make a t-shirt clothing line of yours? It took me around 5 to 6 months from August last year till January this year. And Serafina Effendi asked, do you think this project has made selling clothes a possible job for you in the future? I think if I really tried and I come up with more merch, such as hoodies or maybe short pants or hats, maybe I could start an actual business for it. And Austin from 10P asked, why do you pick cancer for your product? This is because I had an auntie and an uncle that passed away because of cancer, and I was dedicated to make T-shirts for raising awareness more about cancer. And Yui from 10W asked, what were the positivity and impact that you got from doing this project? From this project, I get to expand my circle for people, and I've made other people understand more about cancer and why I want to start this business of mine. Yeah. Oh, and Michael Jonathan Cristianto asked, what was the hardest challenge you've ever faced during making your product? I had to restart the process of developing of my t-shirt 2 times because I said they made a mistake on making my t-shirts, and 50 piece was done, and it was all wrong drafts of my clothes. So I had to restart and make another 50 batch. So yeah, thank you guys. Oh, Grady Faithful 10W asked, are you satisfied with your final product? Yeah, I am. I'm really satisfied with the products that I've made. Thank you guys.
Hi everyone, my name is Alexander Austin and I'm from class 10P. So in this video, I'm going to explain about my personal project with the title Trading Binary. Since the start of COVID-19 pandemic, I got a lot of free time during my holidays and after school. So to make my time more productive, I find a new personal interest, which is by doing trading binary. By doing trading binary, I can use my free time, and at the same time, I also can profit from the trade. So for this personal project, my learning goal is how to earn profit from the trading binary. And for the product goal, I choose to create 3 to 4 videos about trading binary. I've started my planning process since 5 August 2021. During my planning process, I've chosen my product and my learning goal. Other than that, during my planning process, I also have created the success criteria for the product, and I also have created my action plan so that I can be organized during creating the product. After planning, I've started creating my first product from 19 September 2021, where I created the first script for my first video. When creating one video, I repeated the same process, which is creating the script, filming for the content, editing the video, and uploading it to the YouTube. I've repeated the same process as many 4 times, because in total, I've created 4 videos for this personal project. I finished creating the final product on 30 December 2021. After creating the product, I also have evaluated my product using 1-point rubric. By using 1-point rubric, I can evaluate my product based on the success criteria that I've created. ATL skills that I develop the most is my thinking skills and my research skills. I develop my thinking skills during the process of analyzing the data trend for my trading binary so that I can profit from the trade and did not lose any money. For the research skills, I develop it the most when tackling new challenges that I never faced before by doing secondary research. By doing personal project, it helps me in a lot of ways, such as it helps me to manage my time better, able to use our time to do activities that are related with our personal interests, finding new experiences, and able to help us to find our true potential. So without wasting any more time, these are some my video clip of my product. So let's get started. What is trading binary? Maybe some of you know a bit of what is trading binary since this pandemic, because this is quite popular now from 2020 because this is one of the way that people can get profit by analyzing and predicting by the data given in real life time. So if you want to find the trading instrument, just press in the bottom left, there's a icon called as trading instrument. Just press it. As you can see, I already have 4 active trading instruments that I use. 14,000 rupiah times 2.5 equals to 70,000 rupiah. That's our compensation. So we still have 15 seconds left. 5, 2, and we won. So in the first rate, we just won 35,000 rupiah. 3, 2, 1, and we win another 35,000 rupiah for the second rate. Hopefully we can win this rate, our last trading. And yes, we got the trade, and we just win our fourth trade, which is under 28 rupiah. If you all would like to see more of my videos project, go visit my YouTube channel at Alexander Austin and leave a like and comment on the video. Thank you all for listening and have a nice day. Thank you, Fino, for asking. So, based on my experience, trading binary platforms are not all reliable. That is why when choosing the trading binary platform, we need to gather some information first about the specific trading binary platform, whether it's reliable or not. And also we can predict whether the trading binary platform at that time is stable or not. By doing some analysis to the specific market that you want to choose. The market that you choose will not be always stable. That is why when doing the analysis and your conclusion is not stable, then don't force yourself to trade in that market, since you can make money and you can lose the money that you trade. From Andrew, if you lose money, how much do you lose in total? I've lost around 200,000 rupiah, but I gained back the money at the second rate. From Glenn, are there new things that you learned in making of your product? Yes, I did. I learned a lot about editing videos, because in the process of editing videos, I find a lot of difficulties, and to face the difficulties, I need to do some research skills on internet to solve it. From Kezia, from where or who did you learn trading? Well, I learned trading the fundamentals from my uncle, and I continue learning from YouTube. From Grady, can you make binary trading as a full-time job? Yes, you can, but I recommend to do trading just for some side jobs, because trading binary is not always reliable.
Hello everyone, my name is Oreo Kuri. I'm from Tenpi, and in this video, I'll be explaining to you about my personal project. My personal project is titled The Puzzle Project, and it is based on my personal interest, puzzle. This interest has been growing since kindergarten, or around 3 to 4 years old. I find puzzle interesting, fun, and relaxing since we only need to match some pieces to one another. So for the learning goal, I decided to search up what are the effects or benefits for making a puzzle to our brains. Then I figured I would do something related to my learning goal for my product, and I decided to make my very own puzzle. I made my puzzle 1,000 pieces, and this is based on a survey that I made when I asked my friends about how many pieces they would be able to make in under a month. Based on the answer, most of them said 1,000 pieces, so I applied that to my product. For the product, the first thing I did was search up what are the criteria that could make a puzzle considered a good puzzle. I later applied that to my product too. The other thing I did was make a survey where I asked the people around me, such as my friends, on what are the things they think makes puzzle hard. And most of the answers said the amount of pieces as well as the similar kind of coloring. Then I started drawing. At first I wasn't sure about my drawing since I didn't have a drawing background. But I did my best and make it work. In this drawing, I also applied some of the things that I found out during my research regarding the drawing. I also had to face some difficulties such as the unsafe drawing, so I had to redraw it, or maybe the unfamiliar features that I wasn't sure with, such as the different kind of pens. But it overall went well, and here is the result. When the drawing is done, I decided to print and cut it. I needed some help, so I decided to put it into a printing place. As for the box, I made it by hand since the dimension was made specifically for that amount of pieces and wasn't available everywhere. When the product is all done, I decided to give it to a couple of my friends for them to try it out. This will be useful for my research on my learning goal as evidence and also for my product. By them doing it, they could give me feedback on what are the things that are already good and what are the things that could be improved on. In my opinion, I also developed my ATL skills. Some of the ATL skills that I improved was research and communication skills. I improved my research skills by searching up some of the things in the internet, such as the journals or maybe some websites that are related to the things that I was searching for. I also improved this by making a survey where other people, such as my friends, could fill in. I improved my communication skills by communicating with some of the people around me, such as my supervisor, family, or maybe friends. This was used to update them about the progress or maybe ask about the things or feedbacks according to my product. For me personally, personal project could be a great place for us students to be able to show other people what we're capable with. Since personal project is based on our interests, and our interests are very much different, we would be able to show other people what we are interested in, and we could also see other people's innovation based on their interests. Based on my experience, I was able to find out some of the knowledge that I wasn't able to find out before, and it also improved my skills during the whole progress of it. And here is a video about my product. That is all for my personal project video. Hope you enjoyed it. Thank you for watching and have a nice day. Bye!
I'll be answering the questions. Why did you choose that learning goal? I chose that learning goal because I was curious about what other people said around me was true or not. Some of the things that they said were like a puzzle could improve your logical thinking, or maybe like you could develop your brain much better by making puzzle. So I decided to make this project as an opportunity for me to research some of the things more deeply. The inspiration behind the design of the puzzle is that since we are mostly in our house now, we weren't able to go out more often. So I figured I would want to go to a carnival. And since I made the drawing on October, which was Halloween, so I decided to make it a Halloween themed. I think the hardest part of my project is that the drawing, since I didn't have a drawing background before, so I had to learn some new things such as the equipment or maybe the app itself. How long did it take to make the puzzle? The puzzle took me around 8 months to build overall, but the puzzle itself was tested and it could be made in under a week. Did you plan to sell this project if you wanted to have a part-time job related to it? I think the puzzle could be sold, but there would be a needed more improvement to it. And for the part-time job, I think this could be just a side job, yes, but not a full-time job. I think that's all. Thank you.
Hi everyone, my name is Rian from 10J. In this video, I'm going to explain about my personal project with the title Equenzym. I will explain what is it all about and the process of making it. So let's get started. This personal project is in accordance with my interest because by creating an equenzym, I can invite the community to jointly preserve our beloved Earth by sorting waste between organic and inorganic waste and then processing organic waste, especially kitchen waste, into a multifunctional liquid, namely equenzym. In addition, I have participated in reducing the accumulation of waste in the landfill and also reducing the generation of methane gas in the landfill. For this reason, I chose equenzym as my personal project to introduce people to how to make equenzyms. My hope is that more people will study and process kitchen waste into something useful. My learning goal is to learn or explore more about equenzym and how their use is helpful in reducing waste generation. My product goal is to make a video explaining how equenzym works and its function. When creating my plans, I take care to consider the criteria for my product to ensure that I focus on the specific requirements that I have set myself. And I find it easier to do this by adding a column to my plan that reminds me which criteria are being handled. These are my ATL skills. These are the information that I researched about equenzym. The founder of equenzym is Dr. Rosukon Pumpanvong from Thailand. Dr. Joan Un is a researcher from Malaysia, introduced equenzym to a larger audience. Here are the steps of making the equenzym. First, I collect kitchen waste like fruit and vegetables from fruit cellar, neighbor, and my house. Then I sort the pineapples, chilies, juice tracks, and onions because they are not used. Then I prepare the molasses and water by comparison. Those numbers represent the parts. Fruits, vegetables, fruit skins that are used are washed. I prepared a large bucket and then filled it with water and molasses, and these are the types of usable containers. The washed rotten fruit was drained and weighed according to the comparison instructions. Then pour the washed and weighed rotten fruit in a large bucket that is filled with the mixture of molasses and water. After that, mix it, close the lid, and don't let the wind goes in the bucket. This is the result after a week. Just keep on mixing and wait for a month. Just keep on mixing and wait for 3 months for the final step. After the 3-month wait has arrived, it's time to harvest the ecoenzymes. Open the big bucket, then took out the kitchen waste from the bucket and squeeze out the liquid that was still in the kitchen waste until there was no liquid. After all the kitchen waste in the bucket is removed, what is left in the bucket is the ecoenzyme. Then pour it into the gallon. To make it interesting, I made my own sticker design and stick it into the bottle, and the ecoenzyme is finally done. And if people need it, they usually use bottles. So that's all about ecoenzyme. I hope you find this interesting. Let's together preserve our beloved Earth by making ecoenzymes. Do your part. Thanks for watching and have a great day. Okay, so for Jason, they usually use it for natural cleaner, organic liquid soap, organic air purifier, and organic hand sanitizer. And for Kezia, the real benefit is preserving the earth for our children and grandchildren, and it is useful for increasing the quality of air, water, and soil. And for medical benefits, it is able to fight parasites and bacteria that cause heart infections and other. For John, yes, I feel satisfied with my product that I chose. And for Nana, I've already answered the questions.
Hello everyone, my name is Austin from 10P, and in this video I'll be explaining to you about my personal project, which is called Green Wi-Fi. Before I explain to you guys about my personal project, I'll be explaining to you about my personal interests. My personal interest since I was at primary is about plants and engineering. So on engineering on primary, I take robotics, which is very fun as I'm able to create working machines from different parts. By using my interest in creating this PP, I'm able to use the skills that I gained in this project for other things as well. I was also inspired by my dad as he creates more than one of the hydroponic plants, and one of them looks like this picture. So my learning goal for this project is to know how to manage plants while you're away. Whether you're on a holiday outside or lazy to go to your hydroponic plants or general things like that, I want to be able to manually turn on and off the hydroponic plants and to schedule the timer and change it easily. So basically the product goal is to use Wi-Fi to turn on and off the water to manage the hydroponic so that people get more control over their plants rather than normal timers. So firstly, I started to create some ideas on what I wanted to create for the name. I wanted to give the audience a name where they can know instantly what it means. You're also able to understand some parts of what they will be going into based on the name itself, like some parts. And at the end, I choose green Wi-Fi, as green is a representation of plans, while Wi-Fi is the device that the customer will use to control the plans. At the start, to determine the hydroponic plant shape, I was actually inspired by my dad's hydroponic plants, but I feel like that is too big and it is not space and cost efficient. So I decided to look at the internet for some inspirations, and after that, me and my father decided to just take it on our own hands. So we decided to buy different kinds of pipes, then we assembled them, and we decided that the base will look like this, which is really great in our opinion because it is durable and it has a really good shape for the form, and we can make it and connect all of them using PVC glue. After that, my dad and we started drilling first the holes for the cups to go in. We measure the drills so that the cups fit exactly at the drill, so it's not really that big and not too small as well, so that it fits perfectly. And we bought 5 different kinds of pipes to continue with the base form. So the first pipe is where we put the plants, which is the big white pipe. The second one is the one that connects with each other, so it's like 1/4 of a circle shape, looks like this, and a T-shape pipe, which connects one pipe to 2, and a long stick which connects with each other, and the one that leads the water from out and in, which is this picture. And then we have a styrofoam which we pumped it with water, and then we put a small pipe pumper inside. The pipe pumper is usually, you can find it on like a small aquarium, and we decided to test it out just to make sure that the water fills up and are able to intake the water properly, which it does, as this picture shows. And after that, I started applying the Wi-Fi device to the adapter of the small pipe pumper. So with the small pipe pumper, I decided to cut the cable in half, and then I connect the Wi-Fi device between it. Therefore, the input and output of the device are connected, and we're able to regulate the electricity, which means that we can control the time for the water to turn on and off, and we can do it manually or with a timer through the app. After that has been said, I decided to plant some plants, which are kangkung, which is located at the first and fourth pipe, pak choy at the second, and bayam at the third. So I decided to paint the hydroponic plants, the big PVC pipes, into plain white, as I feel like it increases the aesthetic, which makes it a good color scheme. Personal project has been fun for me, and I enjoyed every single part of it. And throughout this personal project, the ATL skills that I use is self-management skills. At the start, before the personal project, I usually procrastinate, but after hearing Miss Lenny's advice, I started creating like a more specific schedule with following the action plan, and follow it to separate both free time, schoolwork, and personal project. This throughout the project has been working very well, as allowed me to submit my work on time, and if there are a lot of time which are extra, in case I have something I needed to fix according to Miss Lenny's correction. Thank you guys for listening to my personal project video, and have a nice day. Alright, so Manuel, I decided to use Wi-Fi because it's easy to control the device, and I can set the timer from the app. The hardest part is to make the base, as the base have to withstand the weight of the 4 pipes and the plants. There is one plant that is failed to grow, which is on the right side. I think it's because the current is stuck between the connecting. I am quite familiar with with creating this product, as I'm working with my dad who have created more than 3 of hydroponic plants. Is that all? Thank you.
Hello everyone, my name is Yui Iwata from class 10W, and in today's video, I will be explaining as well as presenting about my personal project with the title Project Victorious. Since I'm a big foodie, I really love eating. Aside from that, I'm also really interested in cooking. I often help my mom cook and prepare dinner. I enjoy spending my free time watching cooking videos. On the other hand, I also like doing simple exercises like yoga and and cardio, as well as watching different types of vlogs. Therefore, for this personal project, I have choose to set my learning goal as learn how to lose weight in a healthy way. And and along the way, I also thought that I can try cooking some delicious yet healthy looking but very easy recipe, since I never formally cooked before. For this personal project, my product goal is creating 13 YouTube video playlists containing of 2 different categories, which are cooking and exercising. For quite some time, I've been concerned about my weight, especially under this COVID-19 situation. So when I heard about this personal project, I was really excited about it. For the planning, I did plenty of brainstorming, as well as deciding what type of diet I will be going to do and what kind of recipe I will be cooking. Aside from that, I also made an action plan, which consists of all my planning from the start of the personal project until the end, in which I submit my product. For the areal skills that I have used throughout this personal project were research skills, thinking skills, and time management skills. Since I did quite a lot of research based on the topic that I focused on, cooking often. So from that, I really need to manage my time wisely and avoid procrastination. And lastly, for thinking skills, since the goal of losing 5 kg is a common thing, and just showing it will be boring. I wanted to make it look good. So from that, when I did the brainstorming, I concentrated on how I can deliver my personal project as one final package of my journey. Throughout the time I did my personal project, I had a really fun time, since I got to try out many new things, challenging myself to lose weight, being more productive, learning further on how to edit a better quality video, being more independent, and lastly, I have improved a lot in my editing skills, thinking skills, and in my time management skills. this is the end of my presentation. If you would like to know more about my cooking and my exercise video, please visit, subscribe, drop a like, and follow my YouTube channel at Yui Iwata. Thank you so much for listening, and hope you all have a great day ahead. For me, if I got a for me if I can do this project again, I will for sure stick onto the same topic. However, I want to make more videos such as the exercise, since I only made 2, but then for the cooking I made a lot. For this project, at the end, I feel really happy since I got to lose weight, and I'm also able to cook at the end. For this project, I have a really fun time since I get to improve in my cooking skills, as well as my editing skills. So I have a really fun time in doing this project. Thank you.
Wow, that was amazing. Thank you for all the wonderful presentations. Now it's time for a quick 20-minute break.
See you soon.
Hello, everyone. Hope you had a great break.
Yep. Bandra and I had a lovely snack date at Four Seasons PT Dub, so I bet everyone's jealous. Isn't that right, V?
You're so true, best friend. And right now, let's take a look at the next presenter.
Hello everyone, my name is Aaron Sebastian from Class 10W, and in today's video, I'll present and discuss to you all about my personal project, which is creating a website about my weight loss journey. I'm sure you are all wondering why. Out of all the things I might have selected, I have decided to create a website about my weight loss journey. Well, I picked this topic because ever since I was little, I have disliked exercising and would rather eat. But after I became interested in skipping rope, I began to wonder how my body would look and how I would improve if I had exercised. Aside from that, I've also been fascinated by coding, since I've always wanted to learn how to create an app and a website. However, as I don't have much knowledge with coding, I tried my best to train myself and see whether coding a website might be a hobby for me and how it might benefit me in the future. As a consequence, I knew what I wanted my personal project goal to be, which is to train myself how to code a website while simultaneously exercising to be healthy, as constructing a website may help me spice up my fitness journey. After hearing about the topic I've picked, I'm sure you're curious in how I went on completing the project, as I needed to exercise and at the same time build a website. Well, I first created a schedule for when I would exercise and when I would code. However, as I have more coding experience, as I've learned coding before, I've decided to perform my exercises first, as finding all the different workouts I need to do will be difficult, especially when my goal is to lose weight. Now on the screen you can view all of the exercises I have completed for my personal project, and at the same time the amount of weight I've dropped as a result of my activity. After I've completed my workouts for around 10 weeks and I've gathered all of the necessary tools to begin coding, I started to learn how to code via the internet, while at the same time build my website. For creating my website, I have decided to use the app Atom, as I am more familiar with the application. Now in the screen you can see some of the codes I have put in and what my website looks like. Throughout the personal project, the ATL skills that I have applied are thinking skills and researching skills, as I needed to conduct research in order to obtain a better understanding of my coding. Other than that, I have also used thinking skills, as it has helped me in achieving my objective, such as coming up with solution to a problem that I had with my product. Throughout this journey on creating my personal project, I had a lot of fun and entertainment along the way. Apart from that, personal project has also taught me that we can't do everything on our own. Since I had help from the internet, my amazing supervisor Miss Justin, and my parents. And without their assistance, I wouldn't been able to build my product to its fullest potential. As a result, my final product consists of a website with 7 pages and 5 fitness videos. Now I'm going to show you a video I have made of my finished product. So we have come to the end of the video. If you want to learn more about my website, you can go to this link, or you can scan this barcode that I've supplied in the screen. Thank you for taking the time to listening to my explanation, and I wish everyone a pleasant day.
All right, from Jason Marvin. What did you dislike about the project you picked? Despite the fact that my topic is to create a website, documenting about my workout experience, I still dislike the exercising aspect of the project, since I am required to exercise even when I am not in the mood. So I could show how much I've progressed to each week. What was the most enjoyable part of your personal project? The most enjoyable part I had when doing my personal project was when I was making my website, as I had a lot of fun putting in the different codes and seeing what each code does. Michael Jonathan Cristianto, was it hard for you? I mean, finding out the different exercises and doing it in the beginning was quite hard. However, as I get used to it, it was it was perfectly fine. Nixon Lee, what would you do differently if you have to do this again? If I have to do it all over again, the thing I would do differently is that I would better organize my time so I could improve my aesthetic of my website even better, and do a wider variety of exercise and maybe some diet in order to enhance my weight loss. Are you still doing the same routine now? Yes, until now, I'm still doing the same routine as I show in the video. Thank you.
Hello everyone, I am Sebastian Tejas Setiawan from 10W, and this is going to be my personal project video about my journey through the personal project and what I have learned from it. My product is a fairly self-explanatory product with the name of Economics website. When beginning the personal project, I first needed to find my personal interests and create a product out of such interests. This is important as this is binding my interest to the personal project and will improve my commitment for the project. I ended up with the interest of economics and computer science as I combined these interests to be able to make my learning and product goals. My learning goal for the personal project is learning about how to make a website and understanding the economies of the United States, Brazil, and Indonesia. I chose these three countries as the United States is the world's largest and most influential economy. The American economy is the largest in the world and its consumers will affect many parts of the world economy. The Brazilian economy is also important as it shows an interesting country and economy as it shows how an emerging economy could be more stagnant and slow down. And finally, I chose Indonesia as it is our home country and understanding Indonesia's economy will help us understand how we live, our standards of living, and many more. I decided to create a website as it is a much more modern way to communicate information and will include computer science in my learning and product goals. Meanwhile, my product goal is to create a website that contains information about the economic condition of three countries and possible solutions. My learning and product goal are extremely similar as the interests that go into these learning and product goals are the same. During the process of making the product, I created an action plan for me to follow in order to prevent myself from procrastinating too much on the personal project. The action plan was extremely open or relaxed with some due dates, as I created more long-term deadlines, especially in the early months where I would achieve a few goals within the span of a month and slowly condensed it as the date of submission of the product and other files gets closer. The plan detailed that I was going to be doing research on economics in September, research on coding languages such as HTML, CSS, etc. in October, and working on the actual product in November and December. This would leave January for finalizing my work and checking over my product for any issues. You could tell that I was a lot more open and relaxed with my deadlines, especially in the early stages of the product, but slowly began to ramp up the demands of each deadline, and the time to do so became a lot shorter. The action plan was not followed too effectively though when making the product. This is due to the relaxed deadlines that I had put for myself, and that made me begin to rush my product in many parts of the website, which resulted in the website having a few shortcomings. Achieving my goals, I developed a few ATL skills. Some of the more prominent skills include thinking, communication, and research skills. I've developed thinking skills by learning how to use coding, software, and critically thinking of solutions or strategies used to tackle issues found in the website. Communication skills were developed when communicating with my supervisor and joining meetings and seminars about economics and computer science. The last skill is my research skill, which I developed when researching about economics in the early stages of the personal project. The personal project is a special part of year 10, as it is the point where you're able to apply your interests and be able to do schoolwork at the same time. Such an opportunity, especially in the context of a school system, is extremely rare to come by, and as a result, it must be captured and used effectively to have fun learning and developing your skills. Anyways, here are some parts of the website that I'm going to show. Okay, so this is the first page of the website. It's about the articles and about the website, which is near the bottom of the page. This is the second part of the website, the first article actually about the economies. This one's about the American economy. This part is about the Brazilian economy. And finally, this one is about the Indonesian economy. There's also one about what is economics. And those were some parts of the website that I showed you. And to see the full website, read and learn, you can use the following link. Thank you for listening to my video, and goodbye.
Wow, what a great project. So Sebastian, can you answer some of the questions in the chat box for us?
Hello?
Yes, we can hear you now.
Okay. So, we'll go back to the question. So the first question was, what sources did you use when making the website? As it appears that you did not have any listed on the website. I have my sources listed on the web. I have my sources in an annotated bibliography and have transferred it to a Google Docs. I sent it in a Google Docs link. This is because the website does not have an appropriate or clear place to put my resources in. Another question that I found was that why are you condensing entire economies into an article and a website? Despite the presence of many resources, the content is fairly short when explaining entire economies. Well, for that, I do understand that economies are extremely complex and I was not able to fit every detail into the articles. And although the website, uh, as stated in the about the website, it should be an introductory part of understanding economics and should be a stepping stone to further research economics of the three countries and also economics in general. For the last question, if the website is not supposed to be a full explanation of an economy, why did you add potential solutions? The answer is this is because these are just as stated in the name potential solutions. They're not supposed to be the definite or final solution. This is because I had put them in a way to show how we are able to use the given context to create possible solutions for such issues. This is also a way for me to be able to somewhat express my free market leans in economics, although these leans did not actually affect the content within the website.
Hello everyone, my name is Hila Zaki Gafrila from class 10W. In this video, I'm going to explain about my personal project with the title of Reusable Portable Basketball Ring. Basketball became my favorite sport activity since year 1. Then pandemic surged our country for nearly 2 years. It made us in a terrible situation and nobody has done activities freely outside the house, including me. I cannot practice and train myself as like usual. I only stayed at home and felt bored every time. After a while, I searched and explored for news, updated information from the internet, and in the middle of the research, I got an idea that I would like to create a product which would help me in playing and also training basketball at home. After all, I decided that this product would be my main idea for the product and personal project. Moving on to the learning goal and also product goal of the personal project. Well, I would like to show people that I can explore my creativity by creating a basketball ring using several low-budget materials. Afterwards, I will be using the combination between yellow and also orange for the product color. Lastly, I will be using rope as the net, and then I will document myself during the process of the making of the ring. In using the products, people don't need to be worried about the spaces because it only needs either wall or a board. And also people don't need to be worried about how they will set up because it only need limit tools. Next is the running goal. From the beginning of the project, I wanted to be able to make a draft to start the process. It means I could save enough time for the entire project process. Also sure that I have such confidence in communicate with other people in order to collect information about the equipment and tools to create my own product. I also want to set some plans as a backup when I got difficulties through the process of completing this personal project. ATL skills that I developed during the project process is research skill. From the beginning, I applied the draft based on my research as process to finish the personal project. On the other hand, I also did a lot of research in the success criteria. I believe that doing a lot of research may help me in finalizing the product goal. There were several information that took a lot of research, such as the tool or the materials in making the portable basketball ring, and also the history of basketball, the minimum and maximum size of the ring, and many more. Thus, I found out that by using research skill, it enables me to identify a problem and collect information or resources that can be helpful to solve the problem. And then the key is being patient since we need a detail in sorting out a good information. And finally, in the end, it helps me to complete all the required things needed. And finally, I have completed the personal project, and also special thanks for my family and also supervisor Pak Eri that always support me from the beginning until now. And I would like to share my own opinion about this special project. So basically, before we start a certain project, make sure that we have an interest into the product that we chose for the personal project, because if we like it, we can enjoy every moment of the processes. Second, we need to have a good communication, not only with families, but also to the supervisor. From a good communication, it can help us to solve any kind of problem. Lastly, we need to be patient and do not procrastinate. And here is my product. Thank you for listening and have a nice day.
So, why did you decide to use a low budget materials? Because um, it's easy to find and I don't need to use like a lot of money to buy the materials because I have some of the materials itself. What was the challenge you faced during the process of making the product? I guess it's and the welding process of the iron because I need some help from the professional. I also some help from my dad also. Are you satisfied with your final product? Yes. How long did it take for you to learn how to produce the product? I guess for about 2 months, and the process of the making product for about 3 weeks. Did you have fun when making the product? Yes, because I learned a lot from it, and yeah. For making your product, did you get an inspiration from someone or just came from your own idea? It came from an idea because I want to practice and play basketball at home because during that day the Delta COVID-19 increased in my area, so I cannot go out. So that's all. Thank you.
Hello everyone, my name is Gavin from class 10W, and in this video I'm going to talk about my personal project called The Silent Speaks. For this project, I decided to make a sign language translator app. What inspires me to develop this is when I was just a little kid. I used to play games all day long when I had free time, and suddenly I like to imagine myself as a character in my favorite games. Very fun actually. And I started to love creating things, and this just got me interested on making apps. So when my year 9 homeroom teacher asked me for the topic of my personal project, I immediately say that I want to help disabled people, for those who have a hearing disability. And it's got my mind for a second. Thus, I wanted to make a sign language interpreter to help disabled to enhance communication training. Throughout these past 6 months, I planned step by step, researching, making drafts, thinking, and developing to the final product. Although I've set up a timetable, some schedules were on time and some I don't. I've also used my research skills, thinking skills, information analysis skills, and organization skills throughout this project to get the idea to my final product. Now, as a first-time coder, I've made several success attempts, and there are also some failures as well. Yet, I've learned something bigger to be better in future projects. Now, I want to show you my trial videos.
Glass, sign language, glass. Yeah, but something like that. Alright, I'm gonna try it out again to name. And it'll change. Nama, and then what is the sign language? Nama. Yeah, so it did work, right?
The next video that I'm going to show you are my apps, coding and system.
So, this is my project from the Silent Speaks 5. As you can see, this is only for phones, both Android and both iPhone. And this is for my Android, and first off, these are the alphabetical limited database.
I wish I could do more, but oh well, for the database. And here, as you can see, you have to type the English word, and then it'll translate to Bahasa, and then later it will translate to the sign language. And then these are the code section. So this is for the Google Translate from English to Indonesian, and this is for the sign language. And then these are like for the pictures to appear, and these are the pictures for them to appear when the word says blah something, and then they'll respond to that word. And yeah, it's kind of a lot though.
According to surveys that were given out, my product was overall successful, even though it's still beta app. In the future, I was thinking that I would love to learn my database from my database, and I would love to make my picture translations from sign language into animations or sprites. Okay, so if you'd like to see more, go to this Instagram link to see my content. While you're at it, don't forget to follow me. And thank you for listening to my presentation. I hope you enjoy it, and have a good day to all of you. Goodbye.
What was the first question? Was it Venus? I missed. For Venus, I used an online free website to make the app, and the challenges that I faced is that I had to figure out my own codes. It was kind of hard, and I also failed my first product, so that was my second product. And I am satisfied with my final product, but not like fully satisfied, because my database was limited, but not like infinite like Google. So still satisfied. It took me 3 months for each product, I guess, because I made 2. And I did have fun, but sometimes I get stressed to UE. And then when making a product, no, I just figured it out on my own. I just came with my own idea. The challenges that I face the product is I have to figure out my own codes again, and I have to make 2 products because the first one failed, so I make the second one. The positivity and the impact for doing this project is that it can help people, for those who have a hearing disability. They can train themselves with those words. I think that's all questions. Thank you.
Greetings everybody, I happen to call myself Sir Michael. I am from class 10J, and today I decided to present my personal project to everyone. Let's get started, shall we? My personal project title is Making Animation. I happen to have my own personal interest of drawing 2D characters on paper. It is my hobby, and I also happen to like watching motion pictures because of their good storyline and interesting characters. My learning goal is to able to understand on how to animate 2D characters. My product goal happens to be creating my own animation with my original story, with a genre called fantasy. And I plan to do this product before we were announced to create our own product, and it gave me a good head start, I guess. So after 2 months after the announcement, I had a bad digital drawing skills. Then in illustration, it does infuriates me though. So I had to take digital arts lesson so that I can improvise my work. As a result, I improve a lot. And every time I happen to make a mistake on animating a project, it's usually a big problem, since if I make one mistake, just one mistake, I must delete some motion pictures, or you guys call frames per second. Then it finally took me 6 months. 6 months to get the whole animation done. However, the product itself had no color or voice actor. Well, there's actually a reason though. The reason why is because my parents decided to make me rush before we go to a holiday, and because of exams and everything. So, during these events, I have learned quite a few ADL skills, which happen to be communicator skills and thinking skills. My parents' project may look bad for you viewers. Yes, you viewers. However, on my perspective, I'd rather say it's a pretty good for a beginner. Here's a few seconds of this product I will show you. Very well, I shall leave this motion picture here. If you found the project rather delightful, please visit my channel and like my video for support. And do please recommend to the other fellows. Farewell everyone. The hardest part of animating is that it takes time. It takes like it takes almost like an hour to make a good single frame. You know, what app? Well, it's called OpenToons. I do have a question in A right here. Let me just give you. Let me give you here. I think it's gonna take you there. So yeah. Oh, by the way, it's actually in 12 FPS, not 24. So, yeah. What did you enjoy the most about making this project? What I enjoyed the most is that it gave me like a. At least it improves my digital skills a little. Like, yeah, And what is the story animation? What's inspired it? Well, basically a combination of Sword Art Online and Sword Art Online Don't Kill Online. Is that all?
Hi everyone, I'm Serafina Fendi from 10P, and this is my personal project called Gift for Ravens. Since my personal interest is drawing, I knew I wanted to take it to the next level for this project. And I know if I want to grow my art into a possible future career, I need to learn how it can impact other people. Hence, I made it the learning goal for my project. And as for the product, I thought what better way to learn how art can impact another person than taking commissions. So I aimed for 6 commission pieces for my final product. The theme of the commissions was around loved ones who passed away because I wanted my art to have a positive impact, and maybe through this way I can help with people's griefs and or memories. So I made the commission announcements, did interviews with the clients, communication ETL skills. I figured out the composition of the piece, how to showcase the most memorable features of the people of the piece, thinking ETL skills, and cry and laugh and drew a bunch of more, and we're finally here. After 6 months of grueling creative work, I can safely say that this project has thrown me out of my comfort zone in a good way, and I have learned plenty both as an artist and as a student. I summed up all the hard work for everyone, so please enjoy.
I don't know much about her since she only stayed in my life for 4 years. But I didn't properly grieve that year or those childhood memories. I didn't properly grieve, and if I could, I will talk to her if I have a chance. But yeah.
I cannot cry because I'm in the middle of class, but like, oh, she looks calm. Thank you so much.
Orang tua yang baik.
Perasaan Oma ketika mereka meninggal gimana?
Duka yang teramat dalam ya. Apa foto saya bertiga sama ibu bapak saya nggak ada, itu aja.
Ya, gimana rasanya lihat foto itu?
Senang sekali, kelihatan ketawa semua. Ada senangnya juga, ada senangnya juga.
Ini remind rumah si apa palem yang lama ini ya. Ada pohon ini. Nggak grieving lagi, tapi membuat itu aja apa ingat lagi memorinya gitu sih.
And I know she's just a dog. She can't talk and she's not even a person. If you're so close to something that can't even talk, it implies that there's a deeper connection than just words. Maybe closure in a way, because I don't know, but I think it will.
Oh my gosh, no way. You got my dog so perfect. Is this in Paris? Oh my gosh, it is Paris. Huh, this is like so personal. This is so cute. I love it. Thank you.
I want to see
captured with my hamster in a painting together. Through this because I miss him. I think I will remember my hamster more karena since I got a cat of it. I literally forgot I had a hamster dan dia udah mati.
My God. So wholesome but also heartbreaking. Thank you so much. This brings back lots of memories of me.
Special thanks to Boris Pati, Max, Tante Ika, Mr. Agus, Mads, and Kai. Thank you for watching!
From Andrew Manuel, do you want to make your art into a business after this project? Not really, because my career in the future is going to be different, but maybe I'm going to take commissions because after this project, I finally had a first-hand experience on handling commissions and clients and how to make a drawing that people will like. So maybe for like a side business. Thank you for the question. And from Leah, how did it make you feel drawing artworks that hold so much meaning to other people? Actually, throughout drawing everything, my aim was that the clients would be satisfied and hopefully I wouldn't harm any memories. And it's a big responsibility, really, right, to hold that drawing that. And it's a bit stressful, of course, but then I also kind of asked around the clients again to make sure what I'm drawing is okay with them and is within their boundaries. From Yuli, were there any challenges being faced? The time management, really, because we all know back in August, September, October, November, there was service action, design, and personal project. And as a new student in the school who hasn't really adjusted to doing multiple big projects at the same time, it was pretty hard with time management. And there was a severe problem following the action plan dates because of that. But then I tried my best, and in the end, all the products were finished on time, thankfully. Thank you for the question, Yuli. And from Kyla Utama, why did you choose to take commissions for loved ones who have passed away specifically? So back in like 2021, I drew my friends with their idols by taking a picture of my friend taking a selfie with their idol taking a selfie. And I guess like that idea of combining two people that actually don't have a picture together, but then putting them into one scene in a portrait, it kind of, I found like some inspiration from that, right? And then my friend was so happy when they received that portrait because I realized they're probably never going to meet their idol. Like they're probably never going to take a selfie with their idol. And then I remembered a story of my other friend who never got to meet their mom again because their mom has already passed away. And I feel like, imagine the joy that my friend will feel if they can see themselves with their mom again. So that's kind of like the basic inspiration for that. I wanted people to feel joy by seeing, I guess, a picture with the person they love. Nadina Johan, how did you manage your time to do all of the commissions? I didn't. Just kidding. I kind of did. So initially, my plan was to keep it, finish a commission within 2 weeks. And as all artists know, that's not a good time, especially with a lot of school and stuff. So really, I just tried my best, especially when there's vacation and stuff. I crammed like 6 hours drawing into one day. Hyla Madeline, how long did each piece take? Roughly 20 hours each. And that's the thing I took from Procreate's time, so it's not might be exact. Kiara, did you feel a lot of pressure when drawing all of these pieces since they were all about people who passed? Did it have an impact on you mentally? Pressure, yeah, pressure was there definitely. Especially because truthfully in my life, I haven't experienced such big emotions from loss or grief from another person. And I really tried to handle this well. I tried to be careful with some stuff. And then I also tried my best to that the people, the subjects of the piece can be recognizable by asking like, is there a special memory? Is there this special feature about your loved one that you want to, I guess, put in the picture and stuff? So yeah, and my impact mentally, I guess, yeah, I just feel more sentimental with these drawings and that I have more expectations on them, I guess. Auriel, where did you get the idea to do this project? Like I said, I get the idea from before drawing my friends with their idols, and then I took that idea by applying it to, I guess, once I passed away, Kezia uncle. How long does it take you to draw one picture? By the way, I love your drawings. Thank you, Kezia. I'm glad you love your drawings. To draw one picture is 19 hours and above. If you kind of come to average, maybe 21 hours average. Thank you so much for all the questions.
Everyone, my name is Rafael Tiffin Hardanter from 10W. In this video, I will be talking about my own personal project where I made a fantasy novel through the inspirations that I found online and through the novels that I have read. The novel that I create is called Game Real Life, as I will be talking about my journey through making it, and I will also be talking about what I have learned throughout the process of making up my product. And before I start my personal project, I had to think about my own personal interests. Choosing to make a project that suits my own interests is important because this will help keep me motivated in working on a project, as I will be more committed to my work compared to doing something that doesn't interest me at all. In the end, I chose to work on a fantasy novel as I have always been a fan of anything that is fantasy related and anime, and during that time, I also happened to take quite a liking on novel books. My learning goal from making this personal project is to increase my knowledge about novel making and improve my creativity as well as my writing skills. While my product goal is so that I can help promote the fantasy genre and showing the audience about the joy of reading fantasy novels. Before starting on my personal project, I had to come up with an action plan. This action plan is to help me throughout the process of making the product. Making the action plan also helped restrict myself from procrastinating too much. It is also important for me to make the deadlines for the action plan to be less pressured, so that this will give me more time to do other things and to relax. Though I have made my own deadlines through my action plan, I was not able to follow the plan effectively, as through making the novel, I realized that I have made a lot of mistakes from the progress that I have made during that time. This made it so much harder for me to continue the project, as I will be losing a lot more time and progress to complete my novel according to my success criteria. In achieving my goal, I have developed a few ADL skills. These ADL skills include communicating skills, thinking skills, and researching skills. I have developed my research skills by browsing through the internet and looking for information that I think will be useful for my novel. By doing this research, I have developed my thinking skills since I can come up with my own ideas to create my own novel through the knowledge that I have gained from the research that I have gathered. Lastly, I have developed my communicating skills by talking to my supervisor regarding my project to make sure that I am doing things properly, and also to get useful tips from my supervisor on how I can continue to work on my project based on the progress that I had so far. I think that personal project is an important project for year 10, as students will learn to make their own product based on their own interests. personal project is an opportunity for the students to help them find their own interest and also helping them develop their interest and skills while also having fun at the same time through the process of making the product. Now I will be showing some parts of my novel. Thank you for listening to the video and have a nice day. How did you manage your time when writing a novel? Well, usually after school, I just decided to like write every hour because my supervisor also told me that it's better if I just every single day I'd spend like around an hour or two writing the novel and also making ideas. So that's how I manage it. My story comes from like I took inspirations from an anime called No Game No Life, mostly from that. Also, that time I got reincarnated as slime. How long did it take to brainstorm the ideas? Honestly, I could have spent more time. I didn't take that much time to brainstorm the ideas, which is why I failed in succeeding one of the success criteria, which is reaching the 40,000 word limit. So yeah, I made a mistake at that part.
Darren Austin from class 10J, and in this video I'm going to be explaining about my personal project with the title of Composition of 2 Piano Songs. My learning goal is to compose songs using the instrument piano. I would love to learn and try composing my own song and show it to my audience. Since in my learning goal I wish that I could gain some skills on composing piano songs, and so my product would be composing 2 piano songs. This would be the first time I tried to compose my own song, since when I was younger, I tried to do just that, but was unable to do so, and I had to rely on my instructor to do it for me. As a result, I'd want to give it another shot with this project. The planning and process of my piano song is that I'd start by knowing which major scale I wanted to use. After I chosen a major scale, I start playing some random melodies until I found the best one. And then I just do the same step over and over again. This was a bit of a challenge to me since I need to find the best melody that can relate to where I left off. I created the songs freely, meaning that I just play what's on my mind. I thought creating music was that easy, but then there was 2 simple mistakes that I did, which was changing time signatures and having no tempo. These mistakes ruined the whole song because it was the rule of playing piano to have a time signature and tempo. My self-opinion about the song that I composed is that I could have done better and try using an app that can help me compose songs. My project would have been complete and perfect if I didn't do the simple mistakes. Here is a video of my first song titled In the Deep Snow.
If you would like to see my second song titled Meaningless Battle, you could find it in my YouTube channel right here. And thank you for listening and have a nice day.
Thank you so much, Darren. Those are some really beautiful songs. Now it's time for the Q&A session for Darren's project. Darren, can you please step up and answer some of your friends' questions? Now it's time for Darren's Q&A session. Can Darren please read the questions in the chat box?
Can you everybody please rewrite the questions because my internet died just now?
Okay, don't worry, I'll read them out for you.
Thank you.
Okay, first question is from Andrew Manuel. How long did it take you to compose all the songs?
The songs took about 2 to 3 weeks to compose.
Great. And then from Farrell, same question. And then there's from Leah. What would you say the songs you composed means to you?
The song that I composed means to me a lot because this was actually the first time that I composed my own song without anyone's help. So this would be in my memories for a very long time. Is there any other questions?
Okay, from Grady.
Jocelyn.
All right.
If you had more time, would you make other songs? If I were to have more time, I would make more songs actually because I really like composing piano songs and it's kind of my hobby since I did it. I like piano since I was about 4 years old.
So from Grady, we have, what are some obstacles you faced when making the song?
The obstacles that I face, I don't really have that much obstacle, but if there was a challenge, I say it was when I first started creating the first song because I don't really have that much idea and I needed suggestions from other people like my teacher. My teacher will give me suggestion on what to do in creating songs, but she didn't help me that much and she didn't help me at all in creating the song.
And then there's from Glenn. How long would it take for you to come up with the melodies of your songs?
Oh, the melodies. The melodies takes for the melodies. There are a lot of verses. Like there's the intro, the ending, the first verse. Well, for every melody, it takes like about 2 to 3 days. Yeah, just 2 to 3 days for me to think of a melody.
Next, we have from Wael, we have, why did you choose piano instead of other instruments?
Piano, as I said before, piano is my hobby when I was young. Like I really started playing it when I was 4 years old. So piano is a very good choice for me.
Right, that seems to be all the questions. Thank you for answering, and what a wonderful project you have, Darren.
Thank you.
Hi everyone, my name is Farhal Diarato Sarman from class 10P. In this video, I'm going to explain about my personal project with the title DIY RC Car. My personal interest is to make something of my own, and the first thing that came to my mind was to make an RC, since I would love to learn more about it. With this personal project, my learning goal is to learn how to make a remote control car. When planning the product, there was a thing that I wanted to focus on, which is functionality. I wanted to succeed in making the product, but there was a lot of challenges to face during the process of it. Since it was COVID, I couldn't go somewhere that far. There was some shop nearby, but they didn't sell the part that I need, so I had to buy from an online shop. Though, there wasn't plenty and I wasn't sure if it was the right size or type, but I had to buy it. The easiest part of the process was just to assemble everything, and mostly, you just needed to glue, paste, and pray till hopefully works. In a personal project, there's ATL skills that are applied. Communication skill, research skill, thinking skill, self-management skill. This personal project is a great way to do or make something that you dreamed of. Here are the places that I went when finding the parts.
If anyone has any questions for Farah, please leave it in the chat.
It seems that Farrell isn't currently in the Zoom meeting, so let's give him some time.
Hello everyone, I'm Karina from 10J, and today I'm going to present about my personal project experiences for this year. My personal project is entitled Prevail Over, and without further ado, let us begin and hope you enjoy the video. To start off with the video, I want to tell you guys briefly about my personal interest and what inspires me to do this project. For a while, I've been interested in expressing myself through art, mainly drawing, painting, or doodling, and as of now, I took it as a passion. Besides that, however, another interest, or maybe you could say it was an experience I had, is something to do with mental health issues and mental health problems in general. From all those passions, interests, and experiences, it all comes down to my learning goal being using art as a method of expressing my thoughts and feelings in order to release and calm them down in a safe way. As for my product, I decided to create a short scrapbook that holds some of the drawings that I've made throughout the project to cope with myself and incoming thoughts and feelings. Other than that, however, after giving some thought on my learning goal and product before I confirmed them, I realized that what if I could somehow also inspire others, especially those going through similar experiences, to also maybe express themselves through art as well. And if they happen to look into my product, they will feel something like that. Therefore, I arranged the scrapbook to somewhat resemble some sort of story about my experiences to be told through the arrangement of the drawings to people who gets to see my product. So that's basically it. That's my whole product and learning goal, which, if you think about it, is very simple and easy to imagine what it would be. However, I realized that I didn't really know very much about my topic or how my learning goal could be achieved through my product. Because of that, I decided that several researches need to be conducted, and whether it's through browsing information on the internet, books, or even scheduling a one-on-one interview with another source.
From there, I started to browse through articles and websites that I think hold related information to my research question and my topic.
Besides desperately trying hard to find extra information about details and information that I'm still confused with, another thing that I have trouble is that I need to make sure that I have to keep in mind that it's not really important that these drawings or doodles look visually appealing or extravagant or something like that. Instead, I should be satisfied with them if they do manage to help me express or tell myself, and that whatever I draw or whatever elements that are included in those artworks are resembling to the things that I'm thinking, feeling, or even imagining. From all the 5 ATO skills, the skills that I've managed to show and develop the most throughout the project are self-management and thinking skills. I show those 2 ATL skills the most, as throughout the project, a lot of brainstorming and thinking skills were involved while completing the scrapbook contents. Also, looking back at the project, making sure that they resemble my thoughts and emotions, while also making sure that I could manage myself while following my goal and keeping myself on track most of the time, also develops my self-management skills further. In the end, I must say that doing the personal project was quite an interesting experience. Not only that I've got the chance to learn more about the topic that I've chosen based on my learning goal, however, after finishing up the project, I've also got to learn and discover more about myself. In the end, it depends on the topic that I've chosen to be interesting and to make me feel committed to work it on from there. In this presentation, I would like to show everyone a clip that contains a brief view of my final scrapbook. Without further ado, here it is. And that brings an end to my personal project presentation. I hope you have enjoyed taking a peek into what I've done for the past couple of months, as well as taking a look at some of my experiences as well. Thank you for listening and have a nice day. Okay, now to answer the questions in the chat. Yes, it was a little hard, but at the same time, it mostly just feels awkward just expressing myself through art, as I don't normally do that. However, it gets better along the way, and as I get more used to it. How long did it took to make the scrapbook, and what? And are there any improvements you want to make? Yes, actually, the contents of the scrapbook usually don't take that long. The longest it took is probably around 20-ish, 15 to 20-ish hours. And I would like to make improvements as, fun fact, I actually get rid of some of the contents, as I think it's not really related to the scrapbook at some point. It's like it doesn't follow the flow or aesthetic of it, and it just doesn't make any sense. And there are improvements I like to make, such as making more contents of it, as I think it's too little, and make most of the contents more safe for the majority of the audience to view, as the drawings that I put on the video are not all of them, as some of them includes trigger warning contents. Hello, the beautiful backgrounds. Did you conduct any studies to it? And what's the inspiration behind the pieces? Why, thank you. Thank you for liking the backgrounds. And there are a lot of inspiration behind the pieces, such as video game backgrounds and backgrounds I just see in different artworks on the internet. And no, I did not really conduct any studies when it comes to the drawings, except for some techniques that I'm confused about. And some of the drawings I just doodle them on my own, just see whatever tools I have in my software. And last but not least was expressing yourself through art easier than using words. Surprisingly, yes, somehow. I just feel safer as I don't talk to a lot of people that often. And as I get more used to using the method to express myself, it becomes very comfortable and very interesting as well, as art is something that I like to do. Okay, thank you for the questions.
Thank you for that amazing project. Now, if I'm correct, it is time for something, right, Wally?
So true, Vans Off the Wall. It's time for our special second break. See you all soon in 20 minutes. Hey everyone, I hope you all had a nice break. Now it's time to get back to the fun stuff. Isn't that right, Sarah?
So true. But before we move on to our next presentation, we have a student to go back to. Farrell, can you please answer these long-awaited questions?
So for the question, are you already familiar with the building machines like that, or is this the first? This was the first time that I built machines like this. Second question, what was the most challenging part of the process? It was managing my time because I didn't really manage it well and affected the final results. What would you like to improve if you have another chance to continue this project? I wish to improve the aesthetics of the product because I wanted to maybe stand it out more. How much did it cost to make? I didn't really count the total price, but I think it was about 100 to 250 in total. In the video, I didn't see the full body of the remote control. Why so? It was really because of the time. As I said, I struggled to match the time that I had.
Thank you, Farrell. Now, let's welcome our next presenter.
Hi everyone, my name is Gershon Kirnatupan. In this video, I am going to explain about my personal project with the title Creating Nice Melodies with My Guitar. My personal interest is playing guitar. I enjoyed playing guitar since I was primary school. At first, I played guitar just for fun, until I took guitar seriously and joined guitar lessons. I started playing guitar when I was in grade 5. At first, I just wanted to join guitar tutoring to fill my free time. Slowly by slowly, I started enjoying playing guitar and I joined music concert for the first time. Since I started liking playing guitar, I decided to train my guitar skills, and not only once, I joined another music concert. Finally, guitar has already been my personal interest, and when the time came, I knew that personal project would be a great opportunity to learn more about the process. So I decided my learning goal would be to learn to create my own song with my guitar. This personal project, I want to create 2 songs and entertain my audience using the song I made by myself uploading to social media. If we go back again and see my personal interests, I stated that I enjoyed watching my guitar teacher playing guitar and posting it on social media. It motivated me to follow him. On August 20, I did my first planning on my PP product. I met my supervisor for the first time on August 30. And on September 30, I start gathering information about guitar and about making song using guitar. Then after I gathered information, I started to make my first melody in MuseScore application. And finally, on October 20, I finished my first melody from MuseScore. And on November 15, I upload my first song to YouTube. Then after I upload my first song, I started making my second melody, and it took me 5 days to finish my second melody. And on January 4, I upload my second song. In order to achieve my learning goal of understanding how to make a song using my guitar instrument, I use ATL skills that were applied. I use thinking skills. I use my thinking skills on brainstorming ideas. Even though I use thinking skills in applying my learning goal, I use my thinking skills on deciding on what I want to do in a personal project. Before deciding what my learning goal will be, I need to have a meeting with my supervisor to find answers. From this process, I have already applied my thinking skills quite well in deciding what will be my learning goal for this personal project. I have a lot of ideas on what will be my learning goal. So I decided the learning goal that will fit and I will apply it correctly in the personal project. When I was brainstorming about my learning goal for this project, I decided to continue to make my product for the personal project. I realized making the product was hard and I need guidance from my supervisors who can give me some tips or advice. So I met my supervisor and we discussed more about my product and product goals. On November 15th, my supervisor and I decided to focus more on my product goal. My product for this project was I want to create 2 nice melodies with my guitar. In fulfilling this product goal, I applied communication skills. I applied these skills when my supervisor and I were discussing it. We communicate with each other. My supervisor also gave me advice and guidance of how and what should be done on my product goal. My self-opinion of personal project was, personal project helps me a lot to show my personal interest and develop my personal interest. If you would like to see more videos of my project, please subscribe and follow my YouTube channel. Leave a like and share. Thank you for listening and have a nice day.
Hello. Okay, I'm gonna answer the Q&A. As a student that can play guitar, do you think as a must to have a great vocal to sing? Based on my experience of playing guitar for a long time, it is not a must for a guitarist to have a great vocal to sing, but it would be better if a guitarist had a great vocal to sing. In my entire life playing guitar, I never had a great vocal, but when you have a great vocal, it will be easier for you to create songs since you can sing and play instrument at the same time. How long did it take you to make your song? For my first song, it took me 1 week because for my first song, I imitate from an existed song. The name of the song is Isabella, and my second song, it took me 5 days. What do you think made your product successful? I don't think my product is successful because when you watch my product, it looks so basic because I'm having difficulties in making the melodies because it is my first time making melodies with my guitar. Did you enjoy this project, and are there improvements you want to make? Yes, I enjoyed this project, and I think I did a mistake on my product. I should been I should make like a song, like an explicit song, not like a song that I made. Are you planning to add more to your song? No. What was your main inspiration of your song? For my first song, I got an inspiration from an explicit song called Isabella. And for my second song, it's pure from my idea. Have you ever made a mistake when recording the music? Of course, I made a lot of mistakes during the process of making my music. Like there were like the sound of my bird and background noises, so I must repeat for recording. What was your most challenging step in finishing a project? The most challenging step in finishing my project was in my opinion, the most challenging step in finishing my project was making the report, because during this process of personal project, I was not really responsible in keeping the evidence, because when you make the report, you need to put evidence. Do you consider learning other music instrument in the future? No, I think I'm gonna stick with guitar, because I think guitar is an interesting instrument.
Hello everyone, I'm Chris from Tanjay. I would like to present my personal project. My personal project title is Aeromanta Mark 1. I have a personal interest in aerospace engineering due to many factors. One of the factors fascinates me the most is the knowledge and creativity that develops advanced transportation technology to accomplish humankind's wonders in such way not many people can achieve. As in learning goal, I choose to learn to develop an independent fighter jet concept. I'm eager to learn about aerospace engineering and aeronautics in this project, in which I could use this experience as one of my foundation to my future success. As for my product goal, I want to make a realistic model of a future fighter jet. This model is animated to resemble a real-life fighter jet. Since I lack the knowledge to fully construct a real model of an aircraft, I decided to make an animation that implemented by my ideas. However, designing the model would only look boring and pointless. That is why I prefer to create an animation instead of just modeling. I have started this product from a sci-fi themed aircraft. After I was inspired to develop a realistic aircraft, I decided to pursue myself to understand the real-life fighter jet concept. Thereafter, I had to construct 4 different fighter jets to choose for its best design. The modeling took around 3.5 months to complete. This is due to the fact that I have to start everything from scratch, including its textures and components. However, there were drawbacks where my computer isn't able to handle a very detailed design. Therefore, I had to reduce its details and improvise its aeronautics, including its wings and its fuselage. The ETL skills I've developed in this project are critical and creative thinking skills. With critical thinking skills, I explored the different mechanisms of a fighter jet. I learned deeply about its movement and how the engine works in general, to be able to convey a realistic model of a futuristic fighter jet. The creative thinking skills was reflected in a futuristic shape for fighter jet that was inspired by a manta ray. The whole image of Aeromanta was actually a merging image of the manta ray with the aerodynamic shape of B-2 Spirit bomber with Sukhoi 57. This experience has built my confidence in applying my creativity and critical thinking skills. I had never been this excited to learn more about application of maths and physics behind technological development. This gave me an opportunity to take a first step to pursue my dream. To wrap this up, I would like to present my product, which is a short animation of my fighter jet. I hope you enjoy it. That is all it. However, if you're interested in my content, you can subscribe my YouTube channel and follow my Instagram. Well, I would like to see you soon in my future project. See you next time.
All right, so I'll be answering the questions. Are you already familiar with animating things, or is this a new learning experience for you? Well, it's not new, since I have been in animate in a lesson. We call it Software 3D animation. I have studied like around for 1 year. And what is the hardest challenge you have faced? The hardest challenge I have faced is when I have limited time, and that's the part where I have to animate, which I only have like roughly 2 weeks left, and I really have to budget the time, and therefore I have to reduce the resolutions because I have like 600 frames, and if I calculate properly, it takes like more than 1 week to render the whole animation. Therefore, I have to reduce the resolution. Do you plan on pursuing your interest further in the future? Yes. Who is your supervisor? My supervisor is Miss Agata. How often do you meet your supervisor? Once a month. Why did you choose to animate planes? It's because like I said before, I am interested in aerospace engineering. I'm also a big fan of airplanes. What application did you use? I use 3ds Max. I use multiple application. I use After Effects, Premiere Pro, Photoshop, and 3ds Max. What inspired the name of the jacket? The name of the fighter jet is basically came from an animal, manta ray. Is that it? Yeah. Thank you.
Hi everyone, my name is Isabel Lee from 10P. In this video, I'll be explaining about my personal project, the Wancha 2. Personal interest is anything related to buildings, homes, and establishments, as I personally love seeing people renovate and redecorate their homes, as well as seeing how people can design different rooms with different aesthetics. Interest is drawing. Although I may not be very good at it, drawing is something I'm passionate about and doing ever since I was little. Combining both these interests, interior design as well comes to my mind, and it's also related to establishment in general, specifically in creating a certain aesthetic of a room. My learning goal is to learn how to design a bedroom's interior, including and layouts of interior elements of a bedroom. And to achieve this learning goal, I will be redesigning the interior design of my current bedroom, which will be showcased to a digital 3D model. Therefore, my product goal is to create a digital 3-dimensional bedroom model or design. Before starting to create a product, I first conducted research beforehand about the topic or about interior design to be able to gain more knowledge about the topic in general. I gathered different information from books, magazines, sites, and also interviewed a professional interior designer, and this was really helpful in learning more about interior design. After I created a product success criteria to be able to measure how successful my product is later on, and to also help guide me in creating my product. And in creating the success criteria, the research is very important in being able to understand the topic better and in setting realistic goals for myself. I created an action plan or a schedule to be able to know what to do every day when creating a product. Also help me use my time wisely, getting things done on time. In the product, I first handwrote the sketches and created the bedroom design. Research was very important in knowing how to create a good interior design. And in this stage, I also had to be able to design furniture objects, cuts and line stitch placements, as well as choosing the wall color and the different textures for the room, the textures for the floor, and the textures for the different furniture and objects in the room. In this stage as well, I was also able to experiment with the different furniture designs, as well as moving around the different furniture and objects in the room to see which layout looks best. After creating the sketches, I then created the 3D model using the sketches for the design. In creating the 3D model, I used a software called SketchUp. I first created the walls of the bedroom and moved on to the larger furniture of the room first, such as the dresser, the bed, the desk, and the shelves, as these are the main furniture of the room. Here I moved on to the smaller furniture and the smaller details, including the bedside tables, the shelving decorations, the reading chairs, sockets and mattress placements, choosing the wall color and added the textures of the room, the panels for the floor, as well as the metal textures for the bedside tables. First area of skills I developed through this personal project is research skills. As I said before, research was very important in achieving my learning goal and in also learning about the topic, in making sure I was able to create a good interior design. Because of this, I gathered different information from books, websites, magazines, and interviewed a interior designer lecturer from Tomobara University, which was very helpful in learning more about the topic. In gathering both secondary and primary sources, I also had to be able to analyze each source properly, making sure I was able to recognize and know which source is credible and which is not. The second area of skills I developed is time management skills. As the software I use is still new to me, creating the product can be very challenging and more time consuming than I thought. For this, I had to make sure to create a proper action plan. The action plan has helped me to, in order to save more time and have a more efficient work, I had to be able to little, but instead of creating huge parts of the product in one day or one time. Overall, this personal project has become an opportunity for me to explore, experience, and widen my knowledge in a certain interest of mine, and was also able to learn new skills along the way. That's it, and thank you for listening.
How long did it take for the research? So my research on interior design actually took about a month before creating the product, as I really had to understand more about the topic. And what inspired me to create this project is because I love seeing different houses with different aesthetics since a long time ago, and I really do enjoy designing new things. What software did you use this product? I use SketchUp to make my product. My strengths of this product is I was able to pick a topic that was both my interest and a curiosity. So it was able to help me want to learn and create the product harder, and it's a huge motivation for me. And my weakness is sometimes I still tend to procrastinate in doing the product, and sometimes I became off track with the schedule on my action plan. What part of the project was the most enjoyable? To me, I think it was when creating the sketches, as I love when being able to draw out my ideas. I think that's something I really enjoy doing ever since I was little. Even though it's probably the step that took the longest time. The challenges that I encounter is creating the product is very time consuming because I had to do everything from scratch. I had to create every objects in the room, including the smaller objects. And it was very difficult and it took a very long time. And to overcome them, I made sure to follow my action plan. And if I stay on track, and if I stay off track, then I would have to I like to use my breaks during school time to do it, and that would really help me. And yes, I did have fun doing this project. And I think because of the limited time that I had, I wasn't really able to create a very realistic model as I was too focused on the design of the bedroom. So I think that's something that I would like to improve on in the future. And the reason why I choose a bedroom is because it's one of the parts of an establishment that usually beginner interior designers tend to design. So because I'm a beginner myself, I think that's it. Thank you.
Hello everyone, my name is Clara Theodora and I am from the class of 10J. In this video, I'll be sharing an explanation regarding my personal project titled Design. Now this name is a combination between two words resonating with my project, which is Valorant and Design. And generally, personal projects are based on one's personal interests, which in my case lies in fashion, designing, and video games. So a while back, I grew very interested in a game called Valorant, which led me to become curious about its value in terms of fashion. Now, in this game, there are characters, and they're all very unique and could not be defined in simple terms. And this became a sort of motivational factor for me in tackling the challenge in designing what clothing piece can represent them. For fashion, I wasn't always interested in this until about 3 years ago, when I was starting grade 7, and my fashion style and clothing has developed and changed throughout the past few years. So my interest in fashion has grown even larger ever since quarantine, as I needed to find something to keep me busy and entertained. Now, getting exposed to current trends and outfits has also helped me in deciding my own personal style. I also gained the interest in designing at around grade 7, and I liked designing things digitally with the use of multiple applications, one of them being Canva. So with my ever-growing interest and passion for fashion, gaming, and designing, I thought that this personal project would be the most ideal opportunity for me to learn more about expressing creativity and designing clothes based off characters in a video game. So based on my learning goal, I wish to develop and gain new skills as well as be well versed in designing and fashion. Therefore, I decided that my product will be designs of multiple clothing pieces based on current trends inspired by the characters in Valorant. Now, the characters in this video game have their own unique outfits, however, some of them are not that fit and nor wearable in everyday life. So I'll be redesigning them for outerwear, following today's trends, and finishing it off with a fashion lookbook about the final clothing pieces and ideas in detailed description. I will also be creating a social media platform on Instagram showcasing my journey in completing the project. The planning and process began around August, where the first thing I did was develop an action plan, and this served as a guideline throughout the duration of this project and helped me a lot in knowing what I had to do and by when. So I spent September working on finding inspiration for my clothing designs and forming them into mood boards. October was when I started my Instagram account, and around mid-October to November was when I focused on completing the 5 designs alongside updating the Instagram account. Last but not least was December, where I spent it on completing the lookbook and finalizing my products, as well as asking for feedback through surveys. In order to achieve my learning goal on how to express creativity through designing clothes based on characters in a video game, I had to prepare and conduct extensive research. Now, this is the ATL skill I used the most throughout the project, which is research skills, and to be more organized before researching, I created research plans as a strategy. This was really useful for me since it detailed all the main information I needed to cover when completing the research. And when I faced a difficult situation, I would always revert back to the research plan. It went fairly well in terms of the research itself, and there were several sources of information available, including both primary and secondary sources. Primary research is information that I gathered on my own, such as the development of a questionnaire, and secondary research refers to the materials or websites that I discovered online that proved to be really useful. I would go on a variety of websites, blogs, interview responses, and so on. Depending on what I'm searching for, the content differs, and so do the tips and tricks, as I have 3 products. Now, this was conducted to help me achieve my learning goal, as it helped me understand designing in a more professional view, and my learning objective was to express creativity through designing clothes based on characters in a video game, and I believe that the research I conducted provided with a solution to that issue, as well as equipped me to build my product. This personal project has given me the opportunity to explore my passion in a deeper level and was a great learning experience. It challenged me in different ways, including the handling of a long-term project along with continuous school tasks. All in all, this project is something I deem positive as it helped me grow as a person, and I'm able to look back and reflect on my products I made myself and feel proud of it. Here are pictures and videos of my product. If you would like to see more of my project, you can go to my Instagram at vzyne.id, which will show you posts about my progress, inspiration, and so on. The online lookbook can also be found in my bio and Instagram in the form of a link. Thank you for listening and have a nice day. So someone asked what difficulties have I faced throughout the duration of the project, and I think one of the most common difficulties I faced throughout this project was my lack of motivation, and as well as sometimes I had very bad time management, and I often found myself losing energy or motivation to continue my products because of the clashing of my schedule for the project itself and the school-related activities. I found myself being very drained and energy-wise because as I finished my school tasks, I would prefer to have leisure time afterwards. And this did cause a few setbacks. However, I was able to overcome this by devising a solution that would meet my demand for leisurely activities while also allowing me to complete the assignment, which listen to music while I sketch my drawing, for example. The design that was my favorite would be under the title of Nebula, which is from Astra. And this I made a skirt with a constellation or galaxy pattern, and it became one of my favorites as well with the coloring of purple. How long did it take to design the product? It depends on which product I was making. For certain designs, I already had a picture or image of what I wanted it to look like, so that took less time. However, for estimation, I think each design with the coloring could take me about 1 to 2 hours, depending. An advice or motivation I have is, I'm pretty sure everyone knows this, but you should really try your best not to procrastinate because it will just increase your workload, which you have to complete in a shorter amount of time. And also to base your project of something that you're truly interested in and something you find enjoyable. Does the project make you like design more and maybe turn into a business opportunity? Through this project, I was really able to explore my passion more in designing fashion and video games in a sort of way. And it did make me more interested in designing, especially in designing clothes, as this was my first time trying. And I could see myself possibly turning this into a business opportunity, maybe somewhere in the future. And yes, I think I will be continuing design and during my free time. What would I do differently if I had the chance to redo the project would definitely be some of the color choices I made for certain designs. They didn't turn out bad, however, it wasn't fully satisfactory for me, and I found that other color combinations could have been better. How did I explore different kinds of fashion to get inspiration on my own design? So I don't know if you guys know, but probably you do. I searched and I browsed through a lot of websites, and one of the applications I found most helpful was Pinterest because Pinterest, there's lots of things you can find there, and I just started browsing a lot of fashion designs, and that really helped me in widening my knowledge and view on fashion itself. And my favorite design, once again, was the skirt that I made for an agent called Astra in the game under the title of Nebula. Thank you.
Hello everybody, my name is Ryan Haken Wijaya from class 10J, and in this video, I'll be explaining about my personal project titled Tally. The project begins by deciding on what I want to do, and this is done by listing down the personal interests I currently have. The first interest that caught my mind was psychology, as it is a new subject introduced at year 10, and I am fascinated by its concept of understanding people's emotions and behavior, followed by the reaction people give because of it. From knowing what my interests are, I could then use it to finalize both my learning and product goal for this project. For my learning goal, I would like to be able to express my psychological thoughts through writing, as it is part of my personal interest, and also because I like having my thoughts being written and then vocalized. As for my product goal, I would want to create a psychological fictional book, with the function of it being to entertain the readers, while also giving them something to relate to. Before I started making the actual product, I prepared the criteria and materials that I would follow throughout the process. These would include the tools I use, the research gathered, and lastly, the expectations I have to meet. After going through all of it, I began creating my product. By listing down the activities I will do beforehand, I have a schedule that will keep me track on what I must be doing, followed by the time I have to complete it. The first thing I did was create and establish the plot of the story. This was simple as I followed the main premise of my product goal. Next was creating the cover, which was done by using Canva. Onto the writing itself, by using both gathered information and the basis, followed by a lot of time and effort, I was able to accomplish it, with some difficulties being faced, which are my exposition not going the way I expected it to be, and my overall mood sometimes being either lazy or unmotivated. Eventually, I was able to finish it, and before submitting it, I published it onto Wattpad and got my friends to review it through a questionnaire to see their overall thoughts on my final product. For the duration of the project, there are multiple ATL skills that I have used, with the ones being the most are communication and thinking skills. Communication was really important as interacting with both my supervisor and people around me helped think of the best action I should take, as well as the best decision for me to choose. And thinking skills was also playing a significant role, as I always have to constantly think of what I want my storyline to be like and how I want it to entertain and show its message to the audience reading it. Now, before showcasing my final product, a question will be answered about my thoughts of the personal project as a whole. To put it simply, I believe that everyone should at least partake in this at least once. Throughout my time in the personal project, I'm able to understand myself more than anything else, as I'm able to focus solely on my interest and passion, as well as increase my skills in them. Additionally, I'm able to think of what I want to do in the future, as it widens both my potential and possibilities for them. With that out of the way, here's a short video of my final product. Now, if any of you are interested in reading my short story, feel free to copy the link currently being shown on screen. Thank you for listening to my video and have a great day. Uh, so for the first question, Jaden, on what examples of psychological struggles that can be found within the book, I mainly focus on the communication part on psychology, such as the concept of why do people like to lie or feel like lying in desperate situations, even though they know it's a bad act, and like why do I have negative opinion on others in like small heated arguments. Those are some of the struggles that I mainly focus on. The how to be motivated was that this was an idea I had for a very long time. So it's something that I really wanted to do. Well, I did feel lazy at some point because I underestimated the situation of it. Moreover, it's because that I really wanted to be complete. I have very high determination in finishing it. That's how I stay motivated throughout. And the question on how did I develop the characters? The characters, I developed it simply on what role they will play in the story. Let's say that I'm creating the main character. I focus on him having a blank personality at the beginning, and I choose the specific characteristics that would eventually lead him to the situation being the psychological struggles. Same thing with the side characters. I have decided on what role they will play that changes the effects of the main character's path. Uh, let's see. How accurate is the information in explain psychological situations? So I specifically chose or taken some small examples on how the situation are created, and I made that into the storyline. And how the situation are handled, from the video, I specifically chose the information or websites that are licensed by professionals and I also justify it or verify it through other websites that contain the same content. What is your main inspirational in making a psychological fictional story? Psychology has always been one of my biggest interests, as said in the video, and fictional was mainly because of movies or some what's the word? stories people tell that I feel like sharing them in a fictional book would increase the empathy for others in it. Have you read other psychological genre stories before using an inspiration for your own story? Well, psychology, not exactly psychology, but more of drama related, drama psychology. If you know the movie Wonder, that's one of my personal favorites. It does have a psychology aspect in it on friendship. Do you have advices to motivate? So in terms, this is similar to the previous question, but mainly is if you, I don't have any specific advices as it's all in your favor, but listening to others is one of the greatest ones, as you don't want to be crowded in thinking that your writing is perfect. You want to hear other people's thought about it, as normally they will try to give advices and inspirations to you on accomplishing your work. And is my book is just a website, or did I print the actual book? It's in a website, Wattpad, which is the link was shown in this video. Hopefully copy pasted it. I did not make it into an actual book since I don't have an accurate or good place on where I could actually publish it. Any more questions, or that's all? Okay, thank you.
Hello everyone, my name is Glenn Christian Joshua from class 10J, and in this video I will be explaining about my personal project, which is called Stay at Home Tutorials. Before the quarantine was started, the only interest that I had was music and everything around gaming. I liked eating and trying out different dishes, but I didn't really care about how the dishes are made. Once the quarantine was started, the interests that I've developed are culinary and health. Culinary because I spent a lot of time during the quarantine watching shows such as MasterChef Canada, MasterChef USA, Hell's Kitchen, and many other shows that I couldn't keep track of. Health because in this quarantine we are reminded every day of how much the current COVID-19 virus have brought casualties to Indonesia, and also had a lot of families and friends that have lost their loved ones due to the current virus. Due to the amount of casualties that the current COVID-19 virus have brought to Indonesia, I want to minimize the amount of time I have to interact with anything outside of my house. Therefore, I want to be capable of doing everything by myself at home, which is including cooking. The learning goal is, my whole life I've never cooked before, and this is due to the fact that my parents are aware that cooking could create multiple injuries and casualties due to how much fire and heat that it could produce. Therefore, I want to prove to my parents that I could cook without any injuries or casualties. My product goal is, I want to create multiple videos on how to cook Sumatran dishes for beginner chefs or beginner cooks, and this video could contain multiple guides, tips, and tutorials on how I make the dish. From the product goal that I have developed, I wish that I could enhance my cooking skills. Other than that, I also can cook dishes by myself without any guidance. To show that I've enhanced my cooking skills, I will showcase all of my cooking on TikTok. And especially since Indonesia is in a pandemic right now, I also wish that I could learn different recipes and not only cook simple dishes. Therefore, to prove that I've actually developed my cooking skills, I would make different tutorial videos of food from a challenging area in Indonesia, which is Sumatra. Sumatra usually has many different spices and ingredients used in their food, and therefore cooking with a lot of ingredients would be a good way for me to learn how to cook better. When making the action plan, I thought of how many times an amateur or a beginner cook would cook these type of dishes. As mentioned before, Sumatran dishes aren't the easiest type of dish to make. They usually require a lot of ingredients and a lot of spices to make. And considering that my target audience of my tutorials are amateur cooks and beginner cooks, I thought of an action plan where I would cook one Sumatran dish every 2 weeks. Also, most Sumatran dishes take 2 to 3 hours to make, and it wouldn't be very ideal for an amateur chef or an amateur cook to make one of these dishes every single day. Other than that, another factor that I considered was the fact that Sumatran dishes contain a lot of chili and coconut oil, which indicates that it's not very healthy for the human body. Other than that, a lot of spices are needed to make a Sumatran dish. For some people that doesn't have too much money, making homemade Sumatran dishes with a lot of ingredients needed wouldn't be very ideal for their economy. To achieve my goal of being able to enhance my cooking skills, I need to be able to have self-management skills. I need self-management skills to be able to know how to manage myself properly in the kitchen. I should be able to prepare all the ingredients, keep the kitchen tidy, and also manage my time well in the kitchen by doing other things while waiting for another ingredient to cook. As you can see from my soto parang tutorial, I had to boil my water, but it would take around 15 to 20 minutes for the water to fully boil. While waiting for the water to fully boil, I would spend some time to make the sauce for the soto. And as you can see from the screenshot, the right side of the stove is used to boil the water, while the left side of the stove is used to make the sauce. I think personal project is such a good way to express the student's interests. Personal project allows the student to create almost anything according to what they like. Whether you are interested in animation, culinary, technology, or even fashion, you are allowed to create anything according to your interests. Even from the very first personal project meeting that we had back in August, our personal project coordinator have encouraged us to pick a product and pick a learning goal according to what our interests are. And here is a video of my product. If you would like to see my Sumatran dish tutorials, you can just go on TikTok and search for Glenn.Joshua, and you should be able to find my profile, which looks like this. Thank you for listening and have a nice day. Okay, I'll now be answering the questions. So the first question is, in this personal project, why did you pick TikTok as your social media platform? I picked TikTok because I think it has been trending a lot lately and also gotten more popular than the usual social media such as Instagram and YouTube. And I think TikTok, you can also grab more audience there. And also in TikTok, the maximum amount of time you have to post, like the maximum amount of length video that you can post is 5 minutes, which I think fits the amount of time a tutorial video should be. The next question is, are you going to consider joining the MasterChef? I don't think so, because I don't think I'm in the right age, and I think it's a very hard competition to join. The next question is, what is your favorite video that you made? I think I really like my last video, which is the Ayam Batoko, because I think the food turned out really good, and I think I was able to prepare the ingredients well. Are your parents finally letting you cook on your own after this project? Yes, because my mom saw me cook a lot, and now I usually stay at home alone, so sometimes if my mom or my helpers don't usually cook for me, I'll just cook my own food. How will this personal project affect you in the future? I think it will make me more independent, and I will no longer need to order food from outside, and I can spend less money. Would you consider becoming a chef? Maybe not. Don't you try any food from another region? I do, but as mentioned before, I picked Sumatra because I think it's quite challenging. And considering that I picked a challenging area, then I will be able to learn how to cook better. I think from other regions, they aren't as challenging as making Sumatran food. Did you try to make different kinds of dishes from different cities or maybe countries? How would you rate Indonesian dishes too? Well, considering that I'm Indonesian, I think Indonesian food is superior than other regions. But I think every region and every country has their own characteristic, which make their dish or their food special. How often do you meet your supervisor? I think I meet my supervisor once every 2 months. But after I already start making my product, I don't really meet them that often. What's a dish from the video that you make that you cook regularly? I think I make telur balado quite regularly, almost every week, because telur balado is pretty simple, and I think I also really like it. I really like telur balado from since I was young. Which one of your dish would you recommend to us? I think every single dish is good and they're all equally easy to make. I think most Sumatran dishes, I mean they're not easy, but most Sumatran dishes have their own pattern how to make the dish. Basically, just need to make the sauce and everything. How often do you cook? I think I cook almost once every 2 days, but it's either maybe something simple like I can just make eggs for breakfast, or like I can just fry some shrimp for dinner. What's your favorite food out of all of them? I think my favorite is telur balado because I think it was the easiest to make out of all of them and it was pretty simple. Do you have any advices to motivate us? Not really, but just try your best to not procrastinate and focus on the right things first. Do you have any tips to give to us on cooking telur balado? I don't think so. I think as long as you have the ingredients right and you follow the stuff properly, then it will be pretty easy to make. What's your least favorite food out of all of them? I think taste-wise, I don't think I have the least favorite, but cooking-wise, I think the soto padang was the hardest to make because I had to make like 5 different components of the dish. Would you create more foods if you had more time? I think I would, but since we were only given around 3 months to make the product, I wasn't able to create more than 5 dishes for my tutorials. What genre of food would you cook next? Maybe American food? Or try making pasta, maybe stuff like that. Maybe something outside Indonesia. Which one of your dishes was the easiest and fastest to make? I think the easiest was the ayam batoko. Yeah, easiest and fastest is ayam batoko because it's just chicken and you just need to fry it with the sauce. What will you improve if you have the chance to redo your personal project? I will maybe manage my time better because I had to do my personal project during the holiday because I got mixed up with the schedule of my exams and I end up having to delay it by like 2 weeks. Would you consider putting your contents on YouTube? I don't think so. I think TikTok is still the easier place to upload my videos. How long did it take you to cook all of these food? Did you cook it all in 1 month? No, it took me around 3 months to cook all of it. What motivates you to start cooking? Because as mentioned in the video, there's a lot of COVID-19 cases and Omicron as well. So I don't really want to buy food or go outside. So I decided I'm gonna try to start cooking at home myself. Siapa chef idolamu? Gak ada. Tanya Gordon Ramsay aja. Would you cook for other people? Yeah, 100% of course. I sometimes like to cook for my mom sometimes when she comes home from work. Would you want to start a business from this? Maybe a telur balado business? Maybe in the future, but I'm kind of busy with school, so let's see, maybe in the future. Who inspires you to cook? I think my mom, because my mom have cooked me a lot of very nice dishes since I was little. How long it takes for the research? Not that long because I only need to search what are the characteristics and the ingredients needed for the dishes. Can you cook anything else? Yeah, but so far maybe not as many as chefs because I'm still kind of amateur as well. Did your mom try the food that you cook? Yes, she does. After I cook it, I immediately bring it to her because I usually cook it in the weekends and she will usually stay at home to try my dish first.
Okay, that is some very great questions, everyone. Thank you so much, Glenn. You did such an amazing project. Love all those foods. Now I'm very hungry. So now on to the next presenter, please.
Hi everyone, my name is Darren Matthew Swasim and I'm from the class of 10P. Today and in this video, I'm going to explain about my personal project that has the title of Fit at Home. I have an interest in sports, so it's safe to say that I enjoy doing any kinds of sports. With that being my personal interest, there's no surprise that my own personal project would also be sports related. The sport that I enjoy playing the most is golf and basketball, but it would be very difficult for me to implement golf into a home workout video. So I decided to just implement basketball drills into my home workout video since it is one of my favorite sports to play. From my own experience, ever since the pandemic happened, I've been becoming more lazy and also not exercising as much as usual, meaning before the pandemic. So I also realized that my friends and family has also been experiencing the same thing as me, as they are becoming lazier and also not exercising as much. So I decided to use this personal project as an opportunity to get back to routinely exercising, and in the same time, why not encourage other people to also go back or start exercising. My learning goal is I would like to encourage other people to be healthier by exercising or playing basketball. And my product is videos about exercising by playing basketball. A more detailed description or explanation about my product would be 4 home workout videos and each consists of both normal exercises and basketball drills, with each being around 13 to 15 minutes. So at first, I did some research about the exercises and drills that I can include in my product. I researched by finding information from multiple different websites and also watching home workout videos that were already posted on YouTube. After I'm done doing my research, I discussed with my supervisor, Pak Herman, about my plan. The plan of the video was to insert an intro, then directly start with the first drill or exercise, and have 15 seconds interval between each exercise and 30 seconds between each set. And after agreeing or finalizing my plan, I directly started recording, and once I'm done recording, I directly edited my video, and once I'm done editing my video, I directly posted it on YouTube. I repeated those steps for another 3 times since I'm making 4 different home workout videos. And each recording would take around 1.5 to 2 hours since I'm recording for various clips and I had to retake multiple times in order to get the clip I wanted. For the basketball drills, I recorded downstairs in the ground floor in my apartment as they have an area to play basketball. So I recorded every basketball drill for each video there, and for the normal exercises, I recorded them in my own room. I just need to set up a yoga mat and then I can start recording. To achieve my learning goal, I developed or used communication skills, especially communicating through language and information. I developed it by creating my product, and using my product, I'm able to communicate by encouraging other people to start exercising. I developed my thinking skills to achieve my product as I thought about almost everything during the planning and process of creating my product. I thought about the exercises I included, the way I edited the video, the title of the video, and very many more. I think that my product turned out better than I expected because I myself didn't expect too much out of myself since I'm not too good in editing videos. So I thought that it would be okay, meaning not too good or not too bad. But in my opinion, it turned out quite decent. The way I speak in the intro and outro was clear, and the clips of exercising and drills were very good as I did the exercises and drills with enthusiasm. I do think that my video was decent enough to be considered a successful personal project product. Even though it's not perfect, meaning there are still little or minor mistakes that could be fixed in order to make my product better. But as an overall, I'm very proud of myself for being able to create those 4 home workout videos. If you'd like to see more videos on my project, please subscribe to my channel named Darren Matthew. And please be sure to leave a comment or simply a like. And this will be the end of the video since I am done explaining about my personal project. So thank you guys for listening to my presentation, and goodbye. Okay. First question is, have you ever injured yourself when exercising? Uh, Fortunately, not yet, but I hope not to injure myself in the future too. What is the most interesting part of your personal project? I think that the most interesting part is the recording because it is a quite new experience for me to record myself exercising, and I'm also doing what I like to do. So, and I was also surprised that the recording took quite a very long time. What kind of exercises did you implement? I implement like basketball drills and also normal exercises such as like push-ups, sit-ups, or planks. How often you meet your supervisor? I meet my supervisor at least once a month, but once I'm already starting to make my product, I didn't really meet him. I just meet him like once in 2 months. Was it hard to keep motivated? It's quite hard since I was changing my lifestyle from quite a lazy lifestyle to a healthy lifestyle. But since I also have an interest in sports, so I think that it is not that quite hard of a job to keep motivated. Have you ever felt unmotivated to exercise? Yes, during the start of the pandemic, I felt very unmotivated to exercise, and I was very lazy. Will you use your exercise video to exercise? Maybe, but as for now, I haven't did it. But maybe if I wanted to exercise, maybe I would use my own video. What part of the process is making a product is the most challenging? I think the most challenging is editing because I'm not that good of an editor, and it is very new to me in editing videos. So I think that is the most challenging part. How long does it take for making the project? The product, which is the 4 videos, it took about 3 months. I started around October, and I finished December to start of January. How often did you exercise? Ever since I started my personal project, I exercise quite often. I did for like around 5 days in a week, to 4 to 5 days in a week. What software did you use to edit your video? I used iMovie. How many sets do you do a day? Normally, for example, like push-ups, I just did like, for example, 10 times. I mean, 10 reps for three sets. And for example, for like the basketball drills, I just did it until like I can consistently do the move. Do you see any difference in your body after exercising? Yes, I did. I felt that I became stronger and taller, and I also felt like I become healthier by, like, for example, not easily getting sick. Do you exercise using weights? Yes, I do, but I don't really exercise using weights too often. I normally just sit up and push up and probably play basketball. Do you have any advices to motivate us? I think advices about the personal project is to plan everything, as I think that planning is very important so you can be productive when doing whatever you're doing. Do you have any difficulties in your home, like maybe not brothers, sisters, or family, but I think the one difficulty when doing my product is probably coping with the weather, because for the basketball drills, I recorded them outdoors, so if it was raining, I didn't have the chance to record, so I need to wait for good weather to record. What did your family say about your personal project idea? I didn't tell them at first, but after I made my product, I showed them my videos, and they had a good reaction to it, and they say that it was already good. Okay, thank you.
Hi. Hello everyone. My name is Justin from the class 10J, and in this video I am going to be explaining about my personal project called The Build in Minecraft by Justin 10J. And now to my personal interests by Justin 10J. So I think that most people are aware that almost every creation has to start from somewhere. And in my case, it came from an interest with building and architecture. This interest started all the way, I think, in when I was just a kid playing Minecraft. Back then, obviously since I just started building, I wasn't exactly the best Minecraft builder, but you had to start from somewhere. And eventually I did gradually improve to the point where my builds are actually pretty decent. Now, this interest grew even more, and when my two interests of gaming and architecture collided, I started building even more. And to prove it, here are just a few examples of the things that I made. Okay, so these are just a few builds that I made back in year 8. The first one is a castle. I really like the detail. The second one is also a castle, and it's one of my favorite projects, even though it's still quite unfinished. And what? Hello? What? Well, what? Oh, the last one is also a project. I think it's based off the Palace of Versailles, and even though it's unfinished, I think all of these projects really showcase my passion for Minecraft. For my personal project, since I view Minecraft building as a hobby that I want to continue until now, my learning goal would be to become a good builder in Minecraft. My projects before, even though some of them do look good, most of them only looks good on the exterior. The interior actually looks like this. And this. So even though I have done many projects for Minecraft, I am still very far away from being a good Minecraft builder. On the contrary, my product goal would be to make something that has a nice design, is pleasing to look at, and most importantly, it has an interior. This is because if a building doesn't look nice on the outside, then it's a bad building. On the same note, if a building doesn't have an interior, then it's also a bad building. So that's why my product goal is what it is. Planning and process. My planning overall for the project was a bit messy, and if you want to see what the planning looks like, it looks like this. It was like that, but it still guided me through the project and it was pretty useful. I mostly followed the plan, and the process of making the product was actually pretty simple. First I picked the design that I wanted, and then I got onto Minecraft and made sections of the building until the exterior was fully made. After that, I dedicated the rest of my time to making the interior and to make sure that there were no errors I made along the way. Throughout this project, the two skills that definitely helped me make the product is definitely research and thinking skills. Thinking skills helped me when I needed to use my brain. Like when I was solving a problem of not enough time, I used my brain and thought of a way to solve the problem. Research skills also helped me make the product because before I began making the product, I did a bit of research on color combinations, tips for building, and etc. And it definitely helped me because throughout my building, I used this information to save me from a bunch of mistakes that I would have made if it weren't for the research. One example would be the lighting. So basically, I love personal projects. I think my life expectancy at least went up by 5 years after doing this project. Not only did it develop my hobbies, but it also did make me get a product that also looks pretty cool. So I have to say that my opinion on PP is that there is no negatives to personal project. I love PP. Okay, so because I don't have much time, I'll just give a quick brief of this building. So we're gonna go up these stairs. It's not the main entrance, but it is a side entrance. We're gonna go through this intersection. There's a room that leads to another room there. This is another intersection room. This is a treasure room found in the building. And this is the main hall. This is where most of the intersections lead. And next to this is the ballroom. This is where, this is a big building. Yeah, that's it. Thank you. Anyways, that's it for my project. If you would like to learn more, then you can just message me at jadanyasmartanosnabjerto@gmail.com. I am active most of the time, so if you'd like to ask a few questions, feel free to do so. Thank you for listening to my video, and goodbye. Okay, does anyone have any questions? What was the most enjoyable part of the project by Arjuna? Well, I think the most enjoyable part was definitely making the design. Since there were so many designs that I could choose from, there was just a lot of creativity and in making the designs. Next, why did you choose Minecraft instead of Roblox Studios? Because I don't know how to use Roblox Studios in making buildings. I only knew Minecraft, not Roblox. Next, how often do you meet with your supervisor? I think you asked this question quite often. I meet with my supervisor once every 2 months. Yeah, once every 2 months. Next, how long do these builds take to build? It really depends on how big the building is. Like, I think with my project, it took around a month, but with good time management, it could take like 3 weeks or 2. What would you do differently if you got this project again? If I got this project again, the 2 things that I would have definitely changed was my time management and maybe just scale down the project a bit so that it will be easier to build. All right, would you recommend Minecraft PE or Minecraft PC? Well, really everyone has their own preferences, and I just recently changed the Minecraft PC. From the previous pictures, you could see that I used the Minecraft Pocket Edition. But it really comes down to personal preference. Both has their advantages and disadvantages. Nice editing, by the way. Thank you, Kim. Thank you. Including anime girls and palaces, what is your normal inspiration for builds? Good question. Usually my normal inspiration for builds is just anything that has piqued my interest. Like with the anime girl you saw before, I just played a game and I liked the characters there, so I decided to build. Same thing with the architecture. I like the history. What challenges did you face while making the project? The challenges I faced during the project was definitely time management. I could not manage my time very good, and so I kind of struggled in the end. Would you consider this skill for future use, especially in university? For this, I think it does have some skills that I can use in university, like creativity. It's good for university because you have to think creatively, but in most cases it's just for a hobby. So there are some things that I could use in university. How did you get the inspiration for the build? Past history. Like if I like history, then I'll just build things that are connected with history. Same thing. What types of blocks did you use? In the build in particular, I think I used blue concrete and white mostly, and white concrete, but there are also some other blocks like gold and oak blocks. Can you do the World Trade Center next? Unfortunately, it does not exist, so I cannot build it. Do you think this project would help you in your future career? If so, how? By the way, that was impressive. Thank you. It was impressive. But in my future career, I think it'll only help if I would design houses. But in any other way, I think it's just for creativity. Next, what app do you use for editing? I use an app called Movavi Editor. Now, you could try using it, but it does cost 600,000 to get the full Movavi Editor, or else it'll have a very bad watermark in the middle. Justin, do you want to play Clash of Clans? Yes, I'm actually in a clan right now. You could join me. Next, do you face any difficulties in your home, like brothers, sisters, or family? Well, unfortunately, I do not have any difficulties at home. However, since you're asking that question, I will have to say that I'm very sorry for what's happening with your family. God bless, God bless. Did you join the Earth Project? Is that the one where the Minecraft builders are trying to recreate the Earth in Minecraft? Unfortunately, I did not join because I did not know that existed before. Okay, What did your family say about your personal project idea? They didn't say anything. I think they looked a bit disappointed though, because I could choose from so many and I decided to choose Minecraft. But do you have any advices to motivate us? Advice, I think I'll just say what everyone else said. Don't procrastinate. Because I did procrastinate, the build couldn't reach that high level when it could have. What are your thoughts on Doki Doki? Very good game, however. Okay, thank you. Any more questions?
No.
Thank you for all the presentations. That was some great stuff, don't you agree?
You know what, Sarah? But before we head on to lunch, let's give a shout out to our guests from Bandung coming over. Please welcome Ms. Sophia Hamilton, the MRP coordinator from Bandung Independent School.
Thank you, Ms. Sophia and the students of BIS for joining us today. We hope you enjoyed this exhibition as much as we enjoyed your presence in our school.
Now, guys, gals, and pals, I'd say we all head on over for a good 1 hour lunch break. Sarah's out.
That was a good lunch, wasn't it?
Yes, it was. Now let's move on to our next presenter.
Hello everyone, my name is Kyla from Class 10J, and in this video I'm going to be explaining about my personal project called The Artist Within. When coming up with personal project ideas, there were a number of things that came into my mind, but the one thing I was sure of was that I wanted it to be related to arts. This project would be something I could commit to since it would take months. And eventually, after going through each idea in my mind, I settled with one. So, you're probably wondering, what is my personal project about? Well, my learning goal when I settled on it was to learn and improve on 4 art mediums, and my product goal is 4 before and after artwork showing my progress for each month. The art mediums I chose are graphite for the first month, watercolor for the second, colored pencil for the third, and digital art for the fourth. Starting the project, I had to do research beforehand. This is where one of the ATL skills came in. I had to collect data and information before I started my project, and I conducted interviews as well as did my own research for this. For the interviews, I interviewed my old art teacher about tips and techniques for each art medium. I also researched by watching videos, searching for sources, and overall just using the internet to my advantage. And so I began with my process. These were all of my before artworks from each month. As you can see, I started out each month with a before artwork, basically just drawing as I can. Some of these lack technique, and you can see how it was executed poorly. After I was done with the before artworks, I would immediately start practicing. I would do a bunch of sketches and try my best to learn new things. I made sure to draw for a certain amount of time or several hours each week to make sure I was going to progress. Each practice I did could be for a different thing. It could be practicing anatomy, expressions, values, or maybe just getting my hand warmed up and used to drawing again. And finally, when the end of the month comes, it would be time for me to start the after artwork. In the after artwork, I would pay more attention to details and make sure I had more prep before beginning. An example would be making sure I sketched out things properly and mapping out things before starting the actual product. In these artworks, you can see the better techniques that were used and the more time that was put into details and fixing the flaws that was in the first artwork. Even though there still could be improvements, I ended up with drawings that I was more proud of and that looked better as an end result. For me personally, I think that personal project is a good way to step out of your comfort zone and try something new. This gave me the opportunity to take on a big project that I may have not gotten the opportunity to do before. But I will, however, say that this could be a bit challenging since you need a lot of self-management and time management. But in the end, I was able to be left with a project that I could look back on and say I was proud of. And finally, to better show what I did each month, I made a flip snack that contains information and also the before and afters for my artwork. And that was the end of my personal project. Thank you for listening, and I hope you have a good day. So I'm gonna start answering the questions now. Which is your favorite art medium? For me, I think all of them are equally, I feel like, fun to do, but I feel like the one I enjoyed like revisiting and going to do that art medium, it was graphite. I think that was because it's just fun to do and it's so easy to cover a large area or something like that. And yeah, I just enjoyed that art medium. What was the hardest thing about learning how to use multiple art mediums in such a short time? I think the hardest thing was being consistent. That was definitely the hardest because the time frame I gave myself for each art medium wasn't a lot since I gave myself a month. And finding the motivation to make myself draw during those time frames isn't the easiest. It was draining since drawing without motivation isn't that fun, but I had to persevere, and I think in the end, the project didn't come out too bad. Which particular art medium or techniques did you enjoy trying out or doing the most? I think this can be related to the first question. My answer is still the same. It's still graphite. How long have you been drawing? They're great. I feel like drawing, I've been drawing since like 2012, but I haven't been taking it seriously until I reach year 7. Which progress were you most proud of? I think I really like the first one the most, because I just like how the first drawing came out. Did the project change any of the techniques you normally use? Well, I feel like with the project, it mostly changed how I looked at the details. I'm now able to like capture more details in my artworks, which the details I haven't been able to capture before. And that was mostly it. And also I think that my art skills have just developed a lot, and you can see from the process. Great drawings. Yep, thank you. And I think that was it. Yep.
Hello everyone, my name is Kira Ariana from class 10P, and in this video I am going to be explaining all about my personal project Into the Neos. Ever since I was a kid, I have always enjoyed the idea of makeup. Whenever I saw my mom putting on her makeup for a fancy night out, I always asked to have like some sort of product on my face, whether it be lipstick or blush. It just had to be on my face and I would be really happy. So ever since my mom has let me buy my own makeup, late at night at like 1 or 2 a.m., as I'm finishing up my little projects for school, I would always end up practicing my eyeliner, and I was also pretty like interested in baking, and my mother encouraged me to do something related to baking for my personal project. After thinking about it, I became less and less interested in doing it, but when I finally achieved like the perfect wing late at night, I was ecstatic, and that's when I decided to do makeup as like my main topic for my personal project because it made me feel really happy and confident. From my project, I want to manifest the power of makeup and how happy and confident it can make someone feel, as if a brand new you is created. The main idea that I had was creating a portfolio that exhibits makeup creations made by me, so each with a different concept. I had made the portfolio using an interactive site named Cartco. As people usually go to Pinterest for inspiration, I had made my portfolio Pinterest themed. I created my action plan in a way that I could adjust the dates and the time if something goes wrong or if something doesn't go as planned. My project was simple enough to be doable and something I could definitely complete. I first started off mainly researching on YouTube to learn new techniques, certain products to use, and the best brands to buy from. From there, I went to my Pinterest and Instagram to look through my explore pages and saved any makeup looks that gave me inspiration. From social media, using the inspiration I had garnered, I chose 5 different concepts: Antares, eccentric, yay, nocturne, and ethereal. I then went on to create sketches of the looks I plan to do. Each concept has 3 to 4 looks. Creating the sketches made it much easier for me to do the makeup. Most of my time creating my product mostly consisted of me waking up during the holidays and doing my makeup, my friends' makeup, and then washing it all off after, only occasionally using it to go out for dinner and outings. I had done my 3 of my friends' makeup on multiple separate occasions. I also ended up buying studio lights to help get better photos. Once I was done with all 18 looks, I went on to create the interactive website. Creating the website was pretty simple, although it took a lot of trial and error. I had to research on YouTube how some people created their card codes and for tips and tricks to make my time creating my card a lot easier. Through the personal project, I developed my creative thinking skills and my communicator skills. I learned how to be a communicator through sending a message through makeup and my product. I had to adapt to become a creative thinker, to think of my makeup looks, and to come up with different creations for different concepts, one after another. I genuinely believe the personal project teaches teens to be more independent and more aware of social complications currently happening in the world. It can also be a way to help students figure out more about themselves. For example, their interests, dislikes, work habits, and a lot more. This is a screen recording of my final product. As always, I hope you all have a good day, and thank you for listening to my presentation.
So does anyone have any questions? The most enjoyable part of my project, I guess, is like doing my makeup for my friends. Like doing their makeup, it was really, really fun for me. My favorite look had to be like my Barbie impersonated look for Yay Yay Yay. It was really, really fun because it like had to do with like pink and stuff. The hardest one was probably the stuff I had to do for Nocturne.
that concept had to do with a lot of eyeliner, and I'm not really good at it, so it was really hard. The most the style I would probably use most is probably ethereal, like the concept ethereal, because it's very natural and it's very glittery and it's just very soft in general. I definitely do enjoy doing this project because it had to do with makeup and I just really enjoy it. The weakness that I've seen is probably motivation, because I had to do around 18 or more makeup looks, and it just got really tiring after the first 15. It got really tiring after that. Oh my god, yes, I would love to teach you makeup here. The most memorable thing is probably it probably had to be doing my friend's makeup. I thought that was really fun because they kept asking me questions and stuff, and they were very excited and happy to help me. Yeah. I'll post the link onto the chat later on for the website. My favorite thing is probably the different techniques I learned when I was doing my research. That was probably my favorite thing. Is that all the questions? Okay, thank you.
Hi everyone, my name is Nadina Johan from class 10W, and in this video I'm going to be explaining about my personal project with the title of Chinese True Movies. So for my personal interest, I have an interest in learning languages, and in this case, I'm interested in learning Chinese. This is because through language learning, I get to discover new cultures, communicate with new people, and read books and watch movies in my target language without the help of subtitles. I've been learning Chinese since I was in primary school, but since no one in my environment speaks Chinese, it has never really improved over time. For my learning and product goal, since my weakest skill in Chinese is my speaking skill, so for that reason, I decided to use this opportunity to improve my Chinese speaking skill. Since my learning goal is to improve my speaking skill, therefore, my product is a video where I'll be speaking in Chinese. When considering what I will be speaking about, I considered a few options but decided to talk about something I do during my leisure time, which is watching movies. Since this personal project is done outside of school hours, I just want to make sure that the process would be enjoyable to prevent myself from procrastinating. So for my final product goal, I'm going to be making videos that explain the plot of a Chinese movie. Each video will be uploaded to YouTube. So for the planning process, before actually making the product, I had to create an action plan where I list down the things I need to get done and the deadlines in order to complete the product. My action plan consisted of searching for a movie, writing a script, recording myself speaking, and editing the video. Then I uploaded all the videos to YouTube. As for the ETL skills I developed over this project, the first skill is my communication skill. In order to achieve my learning goal of understanding how to use Chinese to express my ideas and thoughts, I utilized my communication skill the most. Starting from the script of the video until the video editing process, I had to continuously communicate my ideas using both English and Chinese. Other than the script writing process, I also used my communication skill when I recorded myself speaking according to the script. I practiced my Chinese communication and speaking skills as I had to speak with accurate intonations and pronunciations. I also learned how to speak in a compelling way, where I have to include the emotions based on what I'm talking about. The second skill that I developed is the self-management skill. So in order to submit the product on time, I used the skill when I created the action plan, where I need to organize and plan ahead. Not only that, I also used the skill to follow the action plan and make sure I'm not behind the schedule. However, I also faced some challenges with this skill, where I didn't fulfill my initial plan of making 3 videos and ended up only making 2. This was because some parts of the project went longer than expected, especially the recording part. So what are some opinions I have about this personal project? So overall, this personal project allowed me to spend more time learning about what I'm passionate about and improve my skills. And since this is a long-term project, I improved my time management skill since I try my best to motivate myself to start working on the project and not procrastinate. A tip for the next batch, don't be afraid if you don't know what you're going to do for your personal project right now. Your interests change over time, so you'll never know what you'll be interested in the future. Now, here's a sample video of my product. Enjoy.
有一位父亲，他叫王新成，大家都叫他老王。他有一个孤独症的儿子，他叫大福，今年21岁了。有一天，老爸带着他去大海，他们俩在船上的时候，老王用同一条绳子绑着他自己和儿子的脚，然后一起跳海自尽。不过自尽的计划失败了，因为大福解开了他脚上的绳子。老王得了重病，他肝癌末期了，医生说他只能活到3或4个月，所以他很担心，如果他走了，就没人会好好的照顾大福了。这就是为什么老王带着儿子去自尽的原因了。
你不走，爸走，谁来管你？
If you would like to see more videos on my project, you can go to YouTube and search my project's YouTube channel, Chinese True Movies. That's it for my personal project. Thank you for listening, and I hope you have a nice day.
Okay, hi everyone. Now I'm going to answer some of the questions. Okay, first, what was the hardest part when creating the process? The project. It was definitely the recording part where I had to speak and I had to speak with the correct intonations. And as you guys know, different words in Chinese, they have different intonations. So if you mispronounce something, people would not understand or they will misunderstand. And yeah, that was. Is there any particular reason for the movie choices in your videos? I actually wrote this in my success criteria where I decided that it should be PG-13 and it should be a family video with no violence and also that has a moral story. Yeah, thank you, Auntie. How can you? Why do I like Mandarin and not other languages? Basically, I've been learning Mandarin since I was in primary school because my parents put me there. But I have never really improved over time because nobody in my family speaks Mandarin. So it's, so I've never improved my Mandarin skill. But recently, because of the pandemic, I decided that I want to learn by my own. And I try my best to study the language. Yeah, that's why it's like Mandarin and not other languages. How many attempts did you need to take for the video? For the recording, actually it's uncountable. Like, I don't know, it's like a lot of attempts because I would send it to my Chinese teacher and my Chinese teacher would say that I have to retake it because I said something wrongly. Yeah, that's why I only had time to make 2 videos. I actually planned to make 3 videos, but because that I realized that I kept on saying the things that I kept on pronouncing it wrongly. That's why I only had time to make 2 videos. Will you keep learning Chinese after this project? Yeah, of course. Any impact having those skills in your future? Yeah, I got more confidence speaking in Chinese. Yeah. For Justin, what's the best, what part of my project did I enjoy the most? I enjoyed, even though it's hard speaking Chinese, but I actually enjoyed that part the most because before doing this project, I never had the courage to talk to other people using Chinese or even talking to myself. Like, I'll be embarrassed. So it's like liberating to hear myself speak Chinese. Kiara, do you have any Chinese movie recommendations to tell us? I don't know, just check on the movies I've reviewed in my YouTube channel. Maybe that's like interesting for you. Kyla, how much did you enjoy studying this language? It's actually very enjoyable because you learn it. For example, it's actually for language, the most important thing is immersion. So you have to be indulged in the culture. So you have to like the songs in the language. Just keep listening and watching movies, watching TV. That definitely help. So yeah, if you're like interested in learning languages, yeah. Any more Chinese movie recommendations? No, I actually don't know like a lot of Chinese movies. Okay, that's Japanese Jason. Okay, thank you everyone. If that's all.
Hello everyone, my name is Reka Alicia Putra from 10W, and in this video I'll explain what my personal project is about. My personal project is based on one of my personal interests, which is psychiatry. As I got older, I became more exposed about mental health topics, especially through social media, and became interested in learning and developing a positive relationship with myself. I titled my project Second Brain, which was created with the goal to inform myself and others on the effects and significance of diet on mental and physical health, which would be presented in a website that shares the findings of my research. The process in completing my product includes 4 major stages, which are planning, research, organization, and creating. The first stage, planning, is where I brainstorm ideas for my goals and formulated research questions. Next, the second stage is where I gathered information both through primary and secondary sources. When researching, I made sure to use a wide variety of sources to cross-check the information I have gathered in order to ensure that it's accurate, credible, and up-to-date. Then, the third stage is organizing and further analyzing all of the information I have gathered and dividing that information into subtopics, which will be later used in my website. Finally, the last stage, creating, is where I start creating the website in which I put all of the information into a website builder and testing the website to ensure that there are no errors and ensure that the website is appropriate for the target audience. Throughout my personal project journey, I was able to gain and further develop new skill sets which can be seen through learner profiles and ATL skills, and both of which have played an important role in accomplishing my project. Of all learner profile and ATL skills, I have found that I often became an inquirer and communicator, and I used my thinking and communication skills. An example of being an inquirer would be when I used my curiosity about the topic to conduct inquiry and research while actively enjoying the process of learning. I was also able to develop my thinking skills after I did my research and organized, analyzed, and evaluated the information that I have gathered to be put into my product, as well as develop various topics which was used as subtopics for the information in my website. Aside from that, I was able to exhibit being a communicator and hone my communication skills as I communicated in a concise, clear, and logical manner by using supporting evidence in my product. When explaining about each topic and subtopic, I had to ensure that the information would be fit for my target audience, and hence, the information needs to be clear, concise, and logical, while also using supporting evidence through my research results and the data I have collected. Additionally, I organize my information clearly and logically to ensure effective communication in order for my audience to be able to comprehend the information or points I wanted to share. All information will also use simplistic but still sophisticated language to make my information seem credible while also being easy to understand for possible users who do not have advanced lingual skills. Reflecting now, Personal Project was such a great opportunity to learn to express my interests creatively and independently. Not only is the Personal Project a good demonstration of the skills I learned as an IB learner, but it also allows me to learn more about myself and my interests. Finally, as a closing, I will be sharing a video as a preview of what my product looks like. That's it for the video. Thank you for listening and have a nice day. So I'll be answering some questions. The first question is, did you enjoy doing this project and what are the strengths and weaknesses? So I would say that I enjoyed my project because the main thing was for researching my information, and the topic that I was researching about was within a topic of my interest for a long time. And I felt like the personal project was a good opportunity to do that. And so I did really enjoy doing it. As for the strengths and weaknesses, I think the information that I put into my product was very informative, and I ensured to check the information accuracy and up to date and ensure I cross-check the information to make sure the product will be professional and good. As for the weaknesses, I feel like if I had managed my time better, I would have been able to improve my product much more and include more information to make it more professional. The next question is, what was the most interesting thing that you learned? I would say the most interesting thing I learned was about my learning goal. As I said before, it was the topic that I researched about was a topic that I was interested in from a young age. So that was definitely interesting. What would you do differently if you were to do the project again? If I were to do the project again, I would definitely manage my time better and plan ahead, because I feel like in the beginning stages of doing this project, I didn't plan ahead, and that made me push back the time, because I wasted some time because I researched some topics that I didn't feel like was really aligned with my goal, which I decided not to include into my product. What part of the research was most useful for the website? So I would say the most useful was the diet on mental health, because that was also the first topic that I was really interested in and was set as my main goal for my product. So I would say that was the most important and informative. My biggest takeaway from the project is, besides being able to manage my time, learn how to manage my time better, I also was able to learn many new skill sets, including designing, researching, planning, and organization. And what's something that you learned that somehow changed you? So from this project, I learned a lot of things. And the first was obviously the learning goal. I learned a lot from researching and organizing all of my information to put into my website, but also the skills I developed and was able to improve in the result of my personal project. So
which I think will be helpful to be used in not only in school, but maybe also my future career. Thank you for the question.
Hello everyone, my name is Hello everyone, my name is Kayla Pashanti and I'm from grade 10P. So through this video, I'll be explaining about my personal project entitled Teman Mudanku. Teman Mudanku means a friend that will always be there for you. So through this project, I aim to serve as a support system to a larger group of teenagers who needs it. So how exactly did I come up with this idea? Ever since my primary years, I've always been interested in communication, which led to opportunities of hosting in school events. Aside from this, I've also been interested in the topic of the support system and their roles in our lives. As a teenager myself, I've experienced and heard of stories where frustration builds up due to the lack of support from our surroundings. Moved from these stories and also my interest in communication, I wanted to become a support system myself to a larger group who needs it. From these personal interests, I set a learning goal, which was to learn about why a support system is needed to face challenges as a teenager. To accommodate my learning goal, I set a product goal, which was to create a podcast series as well as an Instagram account discussing a support system's role in a teenager's life. I created a total of 5 podcast episodes discussing the topics of self-efficacy, school stress, friendship, and what a support system is to teenagers. I also invited 5 guest speakers whose professions include a human skills facilitator, an educator, a clinical psychologist, as well as 2 active teenagers to the fitting episodes. To achieve these goals, I had to go through a series of processes, which mainly includes research and the use of my communication skills. I had to set my priorities, and the first one for me was to research all the materials I wanted to share on my Instagram account. I also had to create the feed of the post of my account. Aside from this, my primary product, which is my podcast, required me to do monthly research on the following topics of self-efficacy, school stress, friendship, as well as a support system's role in a teenager's life. To fulfill the aim of having an interactive secondary product, I collected questions and stories from a few of my followers according to the respective episodes. Then, I also contacted a list of possible guest speakers to come in my podcast episodes. Here, I experienced a few rejection, which made me realize that I always needed to have a plan B as well as give a time margin to fix those errors. Lastly, I edited the podcast episodes and upload them to Teman Mudanku's YouTube and Spotify accounts. Through this project, I have improved my research skills through gathering information from my primary and secondary sources as mentioned before. And I also utilized my communication skills, and this can be seen in the interactions I had with my Instagram audience, as well as the making of my podcast. This personal project has allowed me to undertake a rather independent exploration of my own area of personal interest. It allowed me to improve my communication skills and gave me the opportunity to collaborate with and also learn from professionals while making this project. I was also able to fulfill my learning goal and understand that a support system plays an infinite and definitely significant role in everybody's life. So I've talked quite a bit about my personal project, so here's a little sneak peek of my podcast episodes. How can I increase confidence to talk in class properly? How do I get over this fear of failure?
Ya, gagal berhasil harus dialami, karena kan untuk self efficacy itu pengalaman pribadi penting banget ya Kayla ya. Kan teorinya bilang pengalaman sukses penting, pengalaman gagal penting.
Your door will work when you open it, right? It will work when you close it. It doesn't work when you don't go to your door. So it means your support system will work when you start the conversation.
How to differentiate real close friendship from friendship caused by popularity?
Nah, sangat penting untuk kita bisa membedakan nih tadi. Pertemanan ini menjadi simbiosis mutualisme nggak ya? Saling menguntungkan nggak ya? Atau jangan-jangan ini nggak menguntungkan buat aku? Jadi kalau tadi ditanya, boleh nggak friendship with popularity? Boleh, boleh aja.
If you would like to know more about my podcast, please follow @Teman Mudanku on Instagram, and you can access my podcast through the link in bio or search Teman Mudanku on YouTube and Spotify. Thank you and have a great rest of the day.
What a beautiful video, Kayla. Can you please answer our questions in the chat box?
Yeah, okay. So I'll be answering some of the questions. Uh, so can you explain the process of making one episode? So the process of making an episode is actually quite complicated, but the first thing I needed to do was research, of course, on the decided topic. And then I had to gather a few information, like questions and stories from my friends. As I said before, I wanted it to be an interactive product. So after I gained all the information, I had to find a guest speaker. And there, as I mentioned before, I experienced a few rejections. So there, it took quite a long time to get the guest speakers for each episode. And finally, after that, I just recorded and uploaded in the accounts. And then Yuri asked, after being done with this personal project, what were the positivity that you've gained? The positive effects on me as a person is I got a lot of new insights, especially about the topics I mentioned before, about friendship. I learned how to deal with a few things, or how to deal with a situation if I'm being put in a toxic circle, what to do. Then I know more about that. So if you want to know more, you can also check out my podcast on Spotify and YouTube. And then Clarice asked, how did you feel after interviewing each professional? Did you learn something for yourself? About how I feel, I think I felt really good after listening to them, because I didn't know a lot of the stuff that they mentioned during the recording. So I definitely got a lot of new insight, and yeah, and what I learned, I think I already mentioned it before. And then Chloe asked, what has changed you through the journey of this personal project? As a person, I think I learned to be more organized and more detail oriented, because I've always been the type to just create outlines. So I would not really know what to do in which exact times. So through this personal project, I created an action plan like the others did, and that really helped me get more insight on what am I supposed to do, and basically how to manage my time better. Eleonora asked, what inspired you of choosing the topics for each of the episodes? So what inspired me was actually from my own experiences, some of them, and mostly from what my friends tell me, the stories that they tell me, that definitely influence my thought on what do teenagers have in mind nowadays, and what problems they face nowadays. So yeah, it's from my own surroundings. And then Sarah asked, are the inspiration for the for the podcast topics from your own problems? Some of them are, but some of them I gained from the questions asked from the Instagram.
And Sarah asked which of the episodes was your favorite. I think that my favorite one has to be the first one because it discussed about self-efficacy, and I think a lot of people would probably be more interested in that one as well. And it was my first podcast, so it was really new talking and like the process of everything. So I think I answered all of the questions. Thank you for your questions.
Wow, it seems like all the presentations today were incredible.
Yes, indeed. I think it's time to wrap this up.
We would like to say a big thank you to everyone for attending today's exhibition, and a special thanks to all the Year 10 students. This day could have never happened without your hard work and dedication.
But before we leave, let's have a closing prayer led by Pak Leo.
Let's pray. I lead this prayer in Catholic way. In the name of Father and the Son and the Holy Spirit. Amen. Father Almighty, we want to thank you for being with us throughout this PP exhibition today. Your presence has been in this activity from the start to the end. And we want to say thank you, Lord. As we leave this meeting, let us go out there and be the salt and light of the world. Please, God, continue to lead and guide us for the sake of your holy and precious name. Amen. Glory be to the Father, and to the Son, and to the Holy Spirit, as it was in the beginning, is now, never shall be, world without end. Amen. In the name of Father, and the Son, and the Holy Spirit. Amen. Thank you.
Thank you, Pak Leo.
And we'll see you all again tomorrow, so don't unfasten those seatbelts just yet.
Have a great rest of your day.
Bye.
Bye.